Hello everyone, welcome to day 3, session 1, Thursday, 12th of February of the GJ Gardner Oceania Track Championships 2026 here in Cambridge. There we go, there's our live shot outside. A little more cloud around today. I'd say we might get some afternoon build-ups and showers with that. Maybe even the old thunderstorm roaming through the mighty Waikato. But it is still warm. When I arrived a couple of hours ago to get all this stuff going, it was 26, I think, already in the velodrome, looking for 30 outside, which means it's going to be a whole lot warmer in here. In this morning session, Elite Men Omnium qualifying, I believe, into some team pursuing, qualifying for the junior men, under 19. Some sprints, semi-finals. Some time trials, and yeah, a little more Omnium as we go through. Looking like a pretty full schedule through to almost 3 o'clock, so it's going to be a long day today, but that's okay. We'll be getting underway shortly. What do we got? 6 minutes to go, something along those lines.
Power to keep sport and recreation safe and fair
is in all of us.
As one team, we can help prevent harm, especially to our tamariki and rangatahi.
Harm can mean abuse, discrimination, or not playing it straight.
So if you see something that's not tika,
or need support raising integrity standards,
The Sport Integrity Commission, Te Kahuro Nui, is here to help.
out here.
In here.
Wherever we play.
One of New Zealand's You'll see the liners will line up on the fence, and then the other half will line up on the blue band. They'll get a neutral lap. Their sprints will be indicated obviously with a bell. There's 6 of them. 5, 3, 2 and 1 will be the points for 5 of them, and then double points on the last sprint. If they gain a lap, so in other words they lap the field, they'll get a bonus of 20. If they are lapped, so if they go off the back and they are lapped, they'll lose 20 points. The result control will be doing their best to keep the scoreboard updated. The riders rely a lot on being able to see the scoreboard. They'll pop their head up, see where they're placing, knowing what they've got to do, especially in this event, these next 2 where 2 riders will not qualify for the final. Some of them will try and pick up points and then ride reasonably conservatively. Have a good day, Pete. Yeah, you too. Later, boy. Yeah. You're looking good, bud. You're looking better. Yeah, it's a long ride tonight, so maybe we should plan to be no problem. Sometime. Maybe on the golf course one day, over in Oz. We go back, yeah. So Brendan Patterson sends them on their way. Liam Walsh happy to roll through. They'll come round, as long as they're bunched up well together. Settle into their work. Keep a good tempo going. Josh Kavanagh there, rolling back to the back of the peloton. He's in the Te Awamutu colours, sits on the back now. Big improvement, Josh, both on the road, of course, and on the track. Rode the Junior Worlds a couple of years ago, I think it was, on the road. So they'll be watching the scoreboard, or sorry, the lap board, should I say. They will watch the scoreboard too, but the lap board, they'll know when it is that they want to pick up some points. Some of them will want to pick up points early, then just consolidate and have as easy a ride as they possibly can. So just make sure they qualify. You can see a bit of pace going on now because they know they're getting closer to the first sprint. So first across the line will get 5 points, the second will get 3, third will get 2, and fourth will get 1. The judge referees will be busy. Well, they might not be busy, but they have a job to do. That's Peter and Lou. They're up there in corner 1. So in each sprint, the sprint regulations apply. See, the points will come up on the board. Liam picked up 5, Blake 3, Nick 2, and Magnus 1. And as I mentioned, getting a point on the board is really important. It looks like Marshall Irwood out the front there. That's his style. That's his bike that he rides. Being chased by Liam Walsh. Got a good gap, probably last for the next sprint anyhow. But as I mentioned, if they do lap the field, they get a bonus. The rider does of 20 points. So 2 of them together, 2 strong riders actually, Marshall and Liam. So half a lap ahead, long bunch. So they'll just, won't be far now, and they'll start seeing the tail of that bunch. To get that bonus points, the commissaire needs to deem that they're with the main bunch. Once the commissaire declares that, the points are given. And keep watching the starter, because there will be possibly a change there. So they're coming up to make contact. They see they've only got the bell lap this time. So they'll want those points. So they've made contact. So the main group have got the bell. 5 and 3 points went. There they go there. So you can see it can become confusing, especially when they have got the bell, those 2 solo riders, and then they gain the field. And 1 lone rider that has skipped away again. 2 riders that have lapped the field. The rider on his own, the leader at the moment on the track, is Sam Washington from Western Australia, number 20. And watch the start, he points to the front. So that helps the judges, it helps everybody understand where the front of the race is. So number 20, Sam Washington. He'll be looking for that bonus too. So Liam Walsh picked up his 20 points. He's won 2 sprints, so he's on 30. Marshall finished second in that sprint. Picked up the 20, is on 23. And the way Sam's riding, the commissaire will deem the lap being taken. And then the front moves to the rider that's just gone over the start-finish line. He was the next leader on the track now. So Sam Washington would have picked up 20 points. And if you watch the starter, he'll point now to this leader on the track. Rider number 28, Finn McKenzie. So Finn can see the back of that field also. He wants to get in on the party. The starter points to Finn. So Finn can see the back of that group. Not always easy though, that last 40 metres or so. That last 40 metres, not always easy to close that gap. Been riding out there for about 6 laps on his own at a reasonably high tempo. The pace has really picked up now in the peloton. In the meantime though, the front of the race is Finn McKenzie. There he is there, comes through. So Finn, you saw there, couldn't quite make it. Pace increased. Finn's about to lap rider number 27, I think it is, Josh Kavanagh. Finn goes through and gets the bell. He's going to pick up 5 points anyhow. Here come the main group. They're going to be racing for second, third and fourth. They get the bell. Nick Kurgazoo on the front. Zach Patterson in behind him. But Finn takes the 5. Nick Kurgazoo, by the look of it, might have been second and third. Looked a bit like the Australian rider. I think that was Thomas Cornish. I'm unofficial, by the way. The judges are the ones responsible for it. So the lead going down the back straight is our number 28, Finn McKenzie. He comes through. He's going to be picked up by number 8, Daniel Morton. So Finn straight onto the back of Daniel. So those two are leaders at the moment on the track. Daniel Morton, Finn McKenzie come down the home straight. Just under half a lap ahead of the main field. So Finn now, he's got a hand, he's got a helper. And a very good helper in Daniel Morton. Someone who... a very solid tempo rider. Things are settled down now. Watch the starter. He'll point to the leader on the track. Rider 24, Jack Doha. He's about, he can see the back. He's going to pick up, well, we saw last time, Finn struggled to make that ground. He's made it now, but Jack is about to make contact with the main peloton. He'll be given a bonus of 20 points. So if you watch a starter, he'll revert now to the main peloton as the front of the race. And he does. And the lead out, Blake Quick. These points valuable. A number of riders that have picked up bonuses that have lapped the field. 2 Australians take 1 and 2. I think it might have been Zach Patterson. Picked up 3rd, but I'll leave that to the judges. Valuable points that you want on the board. Remembering that 2 riders will not qualify for the final. You can see the board there. 5, 3, 2 and 1. Blake, Thomas, Zach and Sam. They picked up the points. They'll be added on. Leader at the moment, Liam, Finn, Marshall and Sam and Daniel, along with Jack, all picked up a lap. Probably feeling quite comfortable now in terms of qualifying for the final. We've had one, Josh Kavanagh, is a DNF. There's still one more rider though. It won't make it to the final. .15 laps to go. The second heat should be getting ready. They haven't got long to go before they're on the track. They would have had their bikes checked. Zach Prendergast over there, the UCI International Commissaire, but also UCI Super Technical Commissaire. There's a big program this year, including the gyro, where he'll be doing technical World Championships in Montreal. Yeah, he's all over the place. In the meantime, the rider has slipped off the front, Magnus Jamison from Southland. Already picked up some points as young Magnus. He's going to want some more. He wants to make sure that he qualifies for that final. We get 12 to go, 3 kilometres. The leader on the track, Magnus Jamison. Come round and get 11 to go. And Magnus is going to pick himself up a valuable 5 points for the sprint to add on to his 3. Tom Cornish would have picked up 3 points. Nine laps to go. Here comes Magnus. He's leading at the moment. He looks over his shoulder, has a look, see where they are. He'll just keep riding a tempo. He'd have had a good look up at the scoreboard. He knows he's got a valuable lot of points. He knows that he's going to qualify, so he doesn't need to expel too much energy, realising he's got a final to go later on. Some of these riders will be doing different things during the race, trying different things, stretching the field as best they can, see who reacts, because they know they're going to be riding them also in the final. Magnus rolls around, it's 5 to go, just out on a training ride now. You can see the back. One kilometre for Magnus. Quite happy just to roll along at tempo. I think you'll find most of the field have got a pretty good idea of whether they're going to qualify or not. Magnus comes round, he'll get 3 to go this time. I think you'll find he'll pick up the double points at the end. Nothing's going to happen, I don't think, in these next 3 laps for him. The Australian rider, Liam Walsh, he's leading at the moment. He's actually leading on the scoreboard also. Magnus will come round after the main peloton, and I think he'll get the bell. Magnus comes around, he'll get the bell. He'll pick up 10 points quite comfortably. The bunch will get the bell now, led by the Australians. So Liam, been trying different things, coming from different positions. Zach Patterson lying in third at the moment. It'll be Magnus, so he'll get 10 points. Aussie, Kiwi, Aussie. And then the rider from Counties Manukau. So it was good. They've got their start. Two riders that have been unfortunate. They don't get to ride in the final. We now move on to the second heat. And up on the fence will be Tom Sexton, Oliver Watson-Palmer, Edward Pawson, Noah Blanning, Lucas Murphy, Hunter Dalton and Toby Johns. And on the blue band will be Keegan Hornblow, Rowan Hayden-Smith, George Jackson, Josh Grieve, Jack Gillingham, Kyle Paris and Sterling Janelle. And again, two riders will miss getting through to the final. And then after this, and you saw that didn't take long. We got through that quite quickly. I think in about 19 minutes or so, roughly. Oh, not yet, something like that. We'll then move on after this next heat to the Junior Men Teams Pursuit qualification. And there'll be one team on the track at a time. The first team up will be New Zealand 1. Alex Botha, Riley Crampton, Oliver Keast and Remy Dalton. So there's 4 teams.
Just getting the field sorted in this second heat of the Elite Men's Omnium qualifying. Just needed an extra holder there, but it looks like we're about underway. We'll go back to John. He'll be commentating from the infield.
They roll away. They'll get a free lap. And they'll come round. Starter's happy. He'll fire the gun. You saw the tactics in the previous one. Had a number of riders wanted to pick up a few points just to get them in the safe zone. which quite a few of them did. Quite a few riders obviously took a lap. Starters happy. I'll roll out. Had a busy couple of days so far. Been a lot of racing. We're not even halfway through the program yet. That'll happen at the end of this session. So these fields, in terms of putting them together, they're not just numbers pulled out at random out of a hat. The commissaires and the commissaire secretary, which is the international commissaire from Invercargill, Erin Crinlington, she'll go over, and the riders, she'll look at their seedings. She'll do her best in the heats to even the fields so that a field's not stacked. Hence why they have been even. So they don't just put all the numbers in a hat and draw out 13 and then another 13. And that happens in the whole program, whether it be Karen heats and so on. And when we get to the teams events, they are seeded also. So this second heat, are quite content just to roll along just as the first heat were. They got to the first sprint, things heated up about 2 laps out of the first sprint before the sprint. And then we had some moves off the front. We had a few riders gain laps, or quite a few actually. And then things settled down for the finish. They get 53 to go. They know that 3 more laps will be the sprint. Points races, really important to accumulate, especially when you get to the final. Sterling Janelle skipped straight up on behind that Australian rider. Sterling, I'm sure, will want to get some points early on. There goes the bell. Right on the wheel of Toby Johns. Good spot to be. George Jackson, Keegan Hornblow, the Kiwi kits coming around the outside. Remember, 5, 3, 2 and 1 are the points. I think it might have been the 2 Kiwis and the 2 Aussies that picked up there. And Sterling just missing out, I think. However, we'll leave that to the judges. The points will go up shortly. There's your results. Was Keegan Hornblow with 5, George Jackson with 3, Toby Johns with 2, and Noah Blennon with 1. Getting points on the board early are important. A bit of pace on. Not sure whether that's Edward Pawson or Hunter Dalton. It's here in the... It is Hunter Dalton. Number 25 moves up, hands over to George Jackson. Always seeing the Counties Manukau colours prominent at the front. They've brought down a big team from Auckland of Counties Manukau. being managed by the Oceania President and also UCI Management Committee member, Tony Mitchell. It is a big team, big job actually, managing a large team at an event like this. Keeps you on your toes. Their day doesn't stop when the racing stops. In fact, at times it just starts. There's so much to do prior to the following day. You can see there's good pace on. They're in single file. A couple of riders at the moment, they're just struggling a little bit there at the back. Into the second sprint, the Australian, the Queensland rider. Just putting the accelerator down. Australian national team rider coming around the outside. I think it was Rowan Hayden-Smith. We have two riders that are off the back at the moment. When they lose a lap, they'll lose 20 points. I think it's Sterling Janelle, not Sterling Janelle, sorry, it's, couldn't quite see that. They're going to both go up and they'll be lapped by the field. So it is Toby Johns and Kyle Paris are the two that have been lapped, 26 and 29. So they'll lose 20 points. In the meantime, on the front, Edward Pawson, Noah Blanning has gone with him, along with Jack Gillaham. They've been joined by Tom Sexton. So Tom Sexton, Jack Gillaham, Noah and Edward. Good combination. I want to pick up maybe, get a lap, get 20 points and have a rest for the rest of the race. A half a lap nearly now ahead. Got some good solid riders in that group. They'll come through. There's your front. You've got Jack Gillaham, Tom Sexton, Edward Pawson, and Noah Blannon. Edward Pawson on the front at the moment, then Noah, and then Jack. Oh, Edward goes to the back. They're over half a lap now. They'll see the back of the field. They'll make contact with that at this stage of the race. Being qualification, they'll be more than happy to pick up these points, and then they'll do their best to just close the gap. So those four will pick up the 5, 3, 2 and 1. The commissaire has deemed the lap, and now the front moves over to the rider coming out of corner 4 now. It's the leader on the track, and those four riders would have all got 20 points. So the rider on the front of the race at the moment is rider 18, Josh Grieve. And those four riders, not only did they pick up the lap, they pick up the 5, 3, 2 and 1 also. So Josh Grieve goes through. He gets 28 laps to go. Josh goes through 27 laps. It looks like he's, I don't know whether he wants to try and get that lap, depending on how he's feeling, of course. He looks across, he sees he's half a lap ahead. Might only be 125 metres, but it is a long time. being chased now by the TA rider, Lucas Murphy. Lucas has a look around and says, anyone chasing me? Nah, maybe if I catch up to Josh. Got the two of us together. In the meantime, though, George Jackson lifts the pace. They then go and sit up, though. Oliver Watson-Palmer, he's seen the advantage maybe of being in that front group, maybe picking up some valuable points to qualify for the final. There are the two riders, though. Remember, we're losing two from this heat, Toby and Kyle. Toby minus 18, Kyle minus 20. All the riders would have seen that. They'll come down to the next sprint. Looks like Oliver Watson, Palmer, and then Josh Grieve, Lucas Murphy, George Jackson just rolls through. He knows that he's probably qualified. Knows he's got a big day ahead of him. We've got 18 laps to go, just over, 4.5 kilometres. And the next event after this, so it'll be in a few minutes, is the Junior Men Team Pursuit qualification. And the first team that we will have up, and they'll all be starting in the front straight to do their qualifying time. And the first team we'll have up in the front straight will be Alex Botha, Riley Crampton, Oliver Keast and Remy Dalton. They'll be followed by NZL2, Jamie Henderson, Jack Allen, Max Allen and Cole Feringer. And then we'll have NZ3, Clark Oliver, Jesse Johnson, Benson Boys, Daniel Grieve. Then we'll have the Australian team, Sassy, Oliver Ward, William Brown, Alec Gulgu Mercy and Jack Sloan. In the meantime, you can see the scoreboard. Not hard to work out at the moment who the two that are going to have to do some work. It may not make the cut. That's Toby and Kyle. Come round and 2 to go. You can see a reasonably leisurely pace at this back end of the race. Josh Grieve, he's keen to pick up the double. George will pick up some more points. But they saw clearly halfway through the race that the 2 riders that were going to unfortunately not make the final. And that had a lot to do with the remainder of the race. A lot of riders had nothing to prove. You can see you've even qualified there with 0 points. So we now move on to the next event, and that is the Junior Men Teens Pursuit Qualification. And as mentioned, the first team will be Alex Botha, Riley Crampton, Oliver Keast and Remy Dalton. They'll race over 4,000 metres. See the riders lining up in their respective positions. Dean Pettigan on the starting gate. So as mentioned, qualification, just 1 team at a time on the track. Used to be 2, and it used to be at times a shambles, especially if a rider got dropped. The other team had to go around them. The other team caught the other team. Yeah, so hence they'll qualify individually. It is over 16 laps. So the team of Alex Botha, Riley Crampton, Oliver Keast and Remy Dalton on their way. Dan Morton calling them. So what will happen, there's four teams in this phase. After qualification, 1 will ride 4 and 2 will ride 3. And the winners of those will go through to the gold medal. And the losers, of course, will ride for the bronze. So they get 3 TPs. So this one will set them up to see what they ride in who they ride in the second round. And then they want to win that one to get into the gold medal ride. So we're down now to 3 riders. Makes it a bit harder. Having that extra rider is very helpful. Now Alex Botha, that's him on the front. We saw him win the National Junior Time Trial Championships last Friday in Cambridge. He's being followed by Riley Crampton and then Remy Dalton. That's the 3 of them. So Alex, Riley and Remy are in that order. Riley goes through, takes a turn. The next team on the track will be NZ2, Jamie Henderson, Jack Allen, Max Allen and Cole Fehringer. They get the bell, the lads. They'll be looking for as low a 4-minute time as possible. And they'll come across, times taken on the third rider, 4:09.527. Been a false start, they'll roll around and back into the gate. I'm not sure what happened there, but the starter is called a false start. could be that one of the three riders not locked in the gate has gone early. It could be that the gate didn't work. The starter will let the starter's assistant know, if it was someone going early, who that rider was. Some do, actually. Yeah, those little yellow ones, yeah. By the way, this time, the time to beat was posted 4:09.527 by New Zealand 1. So we have Jamie Henderson, Jack Allen, Max Allen, and Cole Fairinger. And you'll see when you're looking at the board, it'll give an idea of whether they're up or down on the previous team, or the fastest time. They've started well. Be interesting to see what they do the first kilometre in. So their lead rider is Cole Fairinger. He's just gone up now and slotted into the back. It's an important, critical part of teams pursuing the ability to be able to up the bank and straight back onto the back wheel of the third rider. Really important. Mistime that and you can be struggling. You can be a bike length behind and you can really struggle to get back on the wheel. Max Allen on the front at the moment. Max takes them through. Behind Max is Jack. Although we called it NZL2, they're all counties Manukau. Riding well, slightly down on the team that for the first qualification heat. Still Jack Allen on the front. It was Cole Fairinger who started them off. He's a strong rider as Cole. Be interesting to see how they go when he gets back on the front. And that's Cole Fairinger now on the front. They're currently a couple of seconds down on New Zealand 1. Interesting to see Cole Fairinger has taken nearly half a second back of that time. He's a strong lad. So he's wound them up. Be interesting to see what they come through here now. 1.7 down. Max Allen and Jack Allen. Now the rider there, Jamie Henderson. Jamie at 3. They get 3 to go. So Jack Allen, he's leading them. He's taken a good 2-lap turn so far. Jamie Henderson just sitting on Jack. It's his 3rd lap at the front. He'll get the bell this time. It's the last 5 laps that Jack Allen has done on the front. They'll come through and they'll stop the clock for 15.549. We now move on to NZL3, Oliver Clark, Jesse Johnson, Benson Boys, and Daniel Grieve. So this team, NZL3, Oliver, Jesse, Benson and Daniel. Lead rider still out of the saddle, getting them up to speed. Their lead rider is Jesse Johnson. Canterbury Track Cycling. Jesse takes the first couple of laps to get them up to speed. We saw that time of 4:09 set by the first team of Alex, Riley, Oliver and Remy. It's going to be a good time, maybe the time to beat, I think. So Benson Boys, that's him on the front. Moves up. Slots back in. He hands over. Of keeping the pace on, he handed over to Daniel Grieve. That's Daniel in the blue on the front at the moment. And we have the two Canterbury Track Cycling, should I say, members. At the moment on the front, there's a rider that led them out, Jesse Johnson. And then Oliver Clark. Jesse on the front, then Oliver, then Benson. And then Daniel, that's the order. We're now down to 3. Oliver Clark on the front. Then Benson Boys. Then Daniel Grieve. The other 3 left. They're going to have to do a reasonable amount. They've got 6 laps to go, 1.5 kilometres. They'll know that they're down to 3. Third rider is trying to push hard to make it. You lose that length, it makes it difficult. You can see him working hard, Oliver, to get back on that wheel. Benson Boyce can sense that. He heard it from the coach, so he backs off just slightly. Oliver's able to make contact. It'll be down to those 2 leaders at the moment, Benson and Daniel. They'll do the bulk of the work, I think. Benson Boys staying on the front. So just a reminder, the time is taken on the third rider across the line. And at the moment, that is the third rider is rider Oliver Clark. So that's the timing strip, and the timekeepers will stop their watches. So Benson and Daniel, they just back off. They'll do what they can to try and get Oliver as quick as he can to the finish line. As I mentioned, after this qualification in the first round, the fastest team will ride the 4th fastest. The 2nd fastest team will ride the 3rd fastest, and the winner of each of those heats will go through to the gold medal ride. And their time, 4:21.379. We now move on to the Sassy team, the Australians, lads. Oliver, William, Alec and Jack. That have seen the times. Have seen that 4:09. They'll be wanting to beat that or get as close as they can to that. We then move on straight after this. We move on to the junior men team sprint qualification. And the first heat up will be Australia Green riding Aussie NC. In the second heat, Te Awamutu Cycling Club riding Australia Gold. The fastest 2 teams in that will go for gold, and the other 2 will go for bronze. So the Sassy team, their coach, Brett Aiken, Olympic gold medalist in Sydney in the Madison. Away, nice and smoothly. Rider number 207, Alec Guglielmucci, he's leading them out. They looked, seeing them training, a well-drilled team. And as I said, Brett Aiken, he's calling them in corner 1. When Brett finished his riding, as I mentioned, Olympic gold medalist in the Madison, the Sydney Olympics in 2000. He's been involved with coaching at both levels, the youth, and also at the national level, giving back. He shows them the times they're doing. Taking them through was Oliver Ward. We can see now the scoreboard is accurate. A couple of seconds ahead of the New Zealand 1 team at this point in time. Long way to go. Seven laps to go. Now down to 3 riders. Still riding strongly. Down to 3 riders. A good 4 seconds ahead at the moment at this point in time with 5 laps to go. Does make it harder when you've got only 3, however. Circulating in 15 seconds, a low 15 seconds, which is a good speed. Sitting at that nice low 15-second laps. They know what they need to do. They want to qualify if they can and ride the 4th fastest qualifier. Slightly easier pathway to the final. 2 to go. So they're on a low 4-minute, 4,000 metre team's pursuit. I'll be pleased with that, I'm sure. Again, just sitting on those 15 and a half second laps. They'll come around and I think you'll find they'll clock the fastest time. And they do, 4:05.799. In the next round, I think you'll find the Sassy team will be riding the New Zealand 3 team. And the New Zealand 1 team will be riding the New Zealand 2 team. And the winners of those heats will go through to the gold medal round. And the second place getters will go and ride off for bronze. We now move on to the under-19 men team sprint qualification. Now these are going to go quite quickly. If you blink, you'll miss it. There's only the 2 heats. We have Australia green in the front straight, and we have Australia NC in the back straight. Australia green made up of Mitchell Stevens, Sebastian Topping, and James William Emilius. And on the back straight, Riley Boyd, Christopher Mullins, and Enzo Martorido. Away they go. The lead rider on the front straight is Mitchell Stevens, so he'll go as hard as he can. He'll pull up coming into the home straight, and the second rider will go through. There are some regulations in regards to the changing. That'll be being watched by the commissaire. You can see the times, as I mentioned, if you blink, you'll miss it. The leaders at the moment are the team in the front straight. It's Mitchell, Sebastian and James. And they'll come round. They're going to stop the clock at a respectable time of 47.734. And Aussie NC 48.895. And as mentioned, the fastest two teams, they will go and ride for the gold and silver, and the other two will ride for the bronze. So we have one more of these. We have Tassie, not Tassie, it's actually TA Cycling Club, Ben Murphy, Cooper Nielsen and Sterling Janelle. They'll be in the front straight and they'll be racing Aussie Gold. Luca Pyatt, Angus Withington and Ben Wood, or Benjamin Woods. And after that, we'll move on to the first ride of the women's sprint semi-finals. And that first one will be Elise Andrews riding Molly McGill. And in the second one will be Alicia McCaig riding Olivia King, should I say. My apologies. Then we will have the semi-final of the men's sprint. It'll be Lee Hoffman and Daniel Barber. And then the second heat will be Tate Ryan and James Brister. Ben Murphy leading the New Zealand team. He's fast. Over the one lap is Ben. He'll be followed by the under-19 Oceania sprint champion, Cooper Nielsen, and then Sterling Crackman. But Ben Murphy got away on a flyer. Sterling, unfortunately, missed the wheels. So he's going to end up doing 3 laps on his own. Cooper Nielsen will bring that team around. Remember, and that's now down Sterling Crackman. The Australian team ahead. All came down to that start. That's the crucial point. 50.052 for the TA club and 47.394 for the Australians. They'll qualify top and right off for gold against Australia Green, and TA will ride off for bronze against the Australia NC team. We now move on to the sprint racing, and it's the Elite Women Sprint Semi-Final. Match sprinting, best of 3. The winners, the best of 3, will go and ride for the gold and silver, and the losers will race for bronze. And those finals will be on this evening's session. However, they have a minimum of 2 races here. And if necessary, it can go to a third. And the riders are away. The Australian girl drew 1, Molly McGill. And the Olympic champion, Elise Andrews. So Molly drawing 1, needs to get around that first half a lap, at least a walking pace, and not make any manoeuvres that forces her opponent to pass her. See Mark Island, the commissaire, he'll walk with them. It'll happen up until the pursuit line. So that final will be tonight, will it? The final will be tonight, yeah. Okay. No problem, Benson. They come round, 2 laps to go. See Elise on that lovely gold bike. I won't be saying too much. I want to give away anything that's going out and happening on the boards that could give either rider an advantage. However, so here start, they put the foot down. They're really committed. I will, and you can see Elise, he rolls past the opposition. I think you'll find she'll take the first ride. Elise Andrews will be 1 up. We move on to the second ride. It's Alicia McCaig and Olivia King. While those ladies are getting ready to go up there, we do have a change to the program today, and that is the junior men teams pursuit first round. There won't be one. They'll go straight to the finals tonight. So the 2 fastest teams will ride for gold and silver, and the other 2 for bronze, and that'll happen this evening. A sensible call, given the significant time difference between not the first 2, but certainly 2 to 3, and 2 to 4, and 1 to 4. So that's what will happen. So we will not have a first round of the junior men's teams pursuit. We'll go to the final this evening. Yep. Oh, what have I got? Oh, is this? Oh, yeah, because I did have tape. Okay, fine. So after this we go to event 56. That will be the elite men's semi-final. It'll be Lee Hoffman, and he'll be riding Daniel Barber, and Ryan Elliott will be riding James Brister. So that's an alteration. My apologies, the communique I had actually had Tate Ryan, but it is not Tate Ryan. It is Ryan Elliott will be riding James Brister in Heat 2 of the men's elite semi-final. In the meantime, my ladies rolling around for the first of the best of 3 for the elite women's sprint. So these GJ Gardner Oceania Track Cycling Championships have attracted big fields, and in fact we've got 80 that have crossed the ditch to come over here and race at the grassroots velodrome. Olivia and Alicia. They're both basically committed to the sprint. They've got not a half a lap to go. I'll come round. I think you'll find the Aussie girl will go one up. It's Alicia McCabe. Now move on to the men. The two Australians both put up extremely quick times in qualification. Lee Hoffman, of course, that's right, a 34. He did a 9.4. Phenomenal. They'll come round and get two to go. They would have raced one another numerous times on the track in Adelaide and in Brisbane. Both got big gears on, starting to wind it up, getting along at a good clip now to get the bell. Not really committed yet to the full 100% of the effort. Here they go. And it is Lee Hoffman. He'll come round, time that extremely well. He'll take the first ride. We now move on to the second ride. Ryan Elliott and James Brister. And then after that, we will go to the next event, which is the Junior Women Time Trial Qualification. And in the first heat in the front straight will be Lily Cameron, and in the back straight, Madeline Bell. They'll be racing 4 laps. This is qualification. These girls now ride 1,000 metres instead of 500. They do 4 laps. And I can assure you that is tough. Just seen someone come along here. He's a bit late this morning. Brendan, I thought he might have got breakfast in bed because it's his birthday. Happy birthday, mate. James Brister, he drew 1, so he has a bit of responsibility just for the first half lap. Keep it going at a reasonable walking pace. Don't make any manoeuvres. It's going to force your opponent to come past. And when he goes past that red line at the pursuit line, that responsibility is finished. Both riders will avail themselves of all of the track. You'll see, while you're watching these, some riders like to be in the front and they want to defend being in the front. Some riders want to be in the back, even if they've started in the front. They'll do standstills to try and get to the back. We started winding up this. They're in big gears. You don't see them trying to wind it up with half a lap to go. They get the bell, and it's James Brister. Ryan Elliott coming home around him. It'll be Ryan Elliott will take the first of the best of three. We now move on to the next event, which is the Junior Women's Time Trial over 4 laps, 1,000 metres. Starting in the front straight will be Lily Cameron from TA Sports Cycling Club, and she'll be riding on the back straight. Madeline Bell. The top 8 riders qualify for the final. When we ride the final, they ride the fastest in the qualifying will ride last, but they'll ride individually. It's a very hard day for these young ladies. The gate's going out, we just await. Just needed Craig over there. Sorry, Lily, to hold things up a little bit for you. Away they go. Madeline Bell started in the back straight. Young Madeline with the white helmet. Lily Cameron, she comes through. There's a fast first lap actually. This is over 4 laps. Young Lily. This particular event probably suits Lily to a certain extent. She's a top New Zealand schools rower, Māori Cup medalist. This type of event will suit her. She finished 3rd in the sprint racing for the under-19 girls here. Got good cadence. And Lily comes through. This is where it starts hurting, and I see she's in a fairly low gear, which is good. She's got good cadence there. Goes through just ahead of young Madeline. Be interesting to see what she stops the clock at. 1:12. And young Madeline, 1:14.616. Good time to start. Good gauge for all of them to look at. It was a good time by young Lily. Unfortunately for Lily, she's got to get off the bike, get changed, and get back to school. She's a young lass. Her studies are very important. Her dad's here, ready to get her back to school. Going to be interesting to see how that time holds out. Lily Keast, she'd have done a few of these rides on the Denton Park down there in Christchurch. She's on the front straight and on the back straight. Hannah Petit from Canberra. It'll be interesting to see how these girls go. So 1 and 2 laps is fine. It's when you get to that 4th lap when it starts to really hurt. It's been a good start though by Hannah. She's also got good cadence there for some of these girls. This is probably the first international competition I've had riding 1,000 metres. As I mentioned, it's only new. You saw Lily Cameron, she had a low gear and she held on to her laps, were consistent for laps 3 and 4. So Lily Keast really coming home well. Young Lily, she's got half a lap to go. Sitting in 2nd spot at the moment. Here comes Lily Keast. She'll come through and she'll stop the clock at 1:12.286. And Hannah, 1:16.427. Good effort there by Lily Keast. She came home extremely well. She was down on Hannah for the first 2 laps. Brought it home strongly. We now move on to, in the front straight from X-Speed Australia, Madeline Pitt. And she'll be riding young Shayla Sayers from Canterbury Track Cycling, who's on the back straight. Madeline out of the blocks. Nice, smooth start by Madeline Pitt from X-Speed Australia. On the back straight, Canterbury Track Cycling, Shayla Sayers also. Nice, smooth start. Shayla, 3/4 of a lap out of the seat. These two girls started well. They're in close contact. We've got two very good times up at the moment, two 1:12s. They know what it is they need to do. 8 will qualify for the final. So we're 2 ups at the moment, but you'll find when we get to the final, the top 8, they will ride individually. Coming round now to stop the clocks. 1:12.986 from Shayla. 1:14.379 for Madeline. And as mentioned, in the final, there'll be 8 girls, and they will ride, 8 will ride first on their own, all the way, and then right through to the fastest rider will ride last, and they will ride individually. It was a good time. The 2 Aussie girls, they know the times they're going to need to make that top 8. They will want to try and be one of the latter riders in the final. So Alana and Alexis. Thank you. So Alana Lake, here she comes. She's moved into front position at the moment. Well, she was. And get that last lap and a half. You hit that wall, they say. That's what they call it. Just for a bit of trivia. So Lily Cameron, who was the first qualifier, did a 1:12.255. The previous New Zealand record, which was sent by Minnie Collins, was a 1:12.393. So the young lass from Te Awamutu has broken the New Zealand record. However, also Lily Keast, in her time of 1:12.286, was a bit quicker than that previous New Zealand record. So Lily Cameron at the moment leading in terms of the fastest time. Now move on to the two bike Manawatu girls, Piper and Minnie Collins. She was the record holder up until 10 minutes ago. Where they go, Piper Newton, her in the front straight, riding Minnie Collins from bike Manawatu in the back straight. I expect Minnie Collins, she will put in a very good time. Minnie started really well down on the bars, fastest so far over that first one lap. She was, up until 5 minutes ago, the New Zealand record holder. Still holding that first position in qualification anyhow. We really get now into the part where you've got to dig really deep. Still in that first position is Minnie Collins. 8 qualify for the final. She's still holding on to it. Bringing it home. This is the last bit. This is really difficult. Got to hit that tape. She does in 1:11.948. She takes back her New Zealand record. 1:11.949. And young Piper Newton, 1:18.086. Now move on to the final heat. Madison Smith from the Gold Coast riding Paige Squire from Norwood Cycling Club. Well done, Minnie. So after this ride from the junior woman, we will move to the second ride of the elite women and the elite men individual sprint. Away they go. This is the final heat. Madison Smith from Gold Coast Cycling. He leads the way. Just a reminder that after this event, we will have the elite woman second ride of the individual sprint. That will be Elise Andrews and Molly McGill. And they'll be followed heat 2, Alicia McCaig and Olivia King. And then the men. A good start by Madison Smith. They'll come round this time. Madison lying in second spot at the moment. Sorry, Paige is. Paige goes through. She's on a good time as young Paige. Paige Squire gets the bell, does Paige. See how she goes, bringing it home. This last half lap for Paige. Paige will come round. She will stop the clock. 1:12.508. And I've just been informed by the president of the Commissaires panel that Madison Smith, rider 265, has been disqualified. She won't have a time for riding on the blue band. The safety zone, sorry, the safety zone. So we'll see those results go up shortly. The ladies are away on their second ride. The first ride was won by Elise Andrews. The winners will go through to the gold medal ride from this semi-final and the next one. And the girl second place getters will go through to the bronze ride. High pace. I'll come round to the bell. Elise Andrews, obviously in the front there in the black New Zealand skin suit. Molly doing her best to get up round beside her, but Elise Andrews will take the second ride. She'll go through to the gold medal ride. We now move on to the second ride of the second semi-final. Alicia McCaig riding Olivia King. Alicia, one up at the moment. These ladies will be followed by the elite men, their second rides. And then after that, we will have the elite woman Omnium scratch race. And then the elite men Omnium scratch race. And just reminding, we will not have the junior men teams pursuit first round. The two fastest riders have gone into the final for gold and silver. And the other two teams will ride off for bronze this evening. Olivia King in the front. Behind her, Alicia McCaig. Girls will come round and they will get the bell. Olivia in the front. Alicia hitting a good run from behind the wheel up to the side. Alicia will take the second ride. She will go through to ride the final against Elise Andrews. And Olivia King will ride for bronze against Molly McGill. Now move on to the men, elite men sprint semi-final. Second ride, Lee Hoffman riding Daniel Barber. And in the second heat, Ryan Elliott riding James Brister. Lee Hoffman won the first one in the first heat, and Ryan Elliott is one up in the second heat. And then after these, as mentioned earlier, we will have the women's Omnium scratch race, be over 10 kilometres. The first event of the Omnium series. That, of course, will conclude tonight with their points race, their 20k points race this evening. So Lee and Daniel are underway. They've got a lot of pace on. They've got big gears on. They need to wind it up, get those gears going. And in the front is Lee Hoffman. As I mentioned, he's one up at the moment. Daniel Barber. But it'll be, I think, Lee Hoffman. He'll take the second ride and go through to the gold medal ride. And Daniel Barber will go through to ride for bronze. Move on to the second of these semi-finals. Ryan Elliott, James Brister. You can see up on the scoreboard, the green W. Ryan won the first round. Started being very patient. Moves to the back. Blows a whistle. James Brister, he's the rider in the red. The Australian colours, Ryan Elliott. And just a reminder, please, the woman Omnium. I know that most of you are very organised anyhow. But the women's Omnium scratch race, 10 kilometres, is on next. We have a big field. Sammy Donnelly, Brony Botha, Kyra Will, Mackenzie Milne, Ellie Williston, Nicole Duncan, Isla Carr, Tegan Feringer, Maya Wolfenden, Eleanor Worrell and Hannah Payne. They'll all be lined up on the fence. And I mean, I'll give the lineup. It'll be on the blue band. After this, they come round. Ryan Elliott, in the Aussie colours. He, remember, as I said, is one up. He's still got that rights to that sprinter's lane. Hard to go past when he's got so much power. They come through and he just gets it from where I'm sitting. I'll leave that to the judges, though. It was a very close call. I suspect, though, it was Ryan Elliott that will go through and ride for the gold medal against Lee Hoffman and Daniel Barber, and James Brister will ride for bronze. In the meantime, the blue band in the women's Omnium scratch race, Maeve Plough, Prudence Fowler, Sophie Edwards, Riley McMullen, Lucy Reeve, Amelia Sykes, Odette Lynch, Georgia Simpson, Ava Schmidt, Sophie Maxwell. That's how they'll line up on the blue band. So this is the first event of their Omnium. They accumulate points. So the winner of the race will get 40, second 38, and all the way down in twos. They'll do that for the first 3 disciplines, and then the end of the day, which is this evening, they'll have a points race, and the points they gain in the points race will go on to their tally. The one with the most points will be the winner. And so often it comes down to the final points race and the final sprint of the final points race, which makes it an amazing event to follow.
Okay, back on the desk here. Commentary up here. We'll probably mix it up a little bit. Got Carter with me here. He is going to call the race. I might be here a little bit, but we're doing the laptop and the stream as well at the same time. So the first of the Omnium events here, scratch race, very competitive field. If we looked to some of the racing that has happened thus far through the event, there's some big talent, both the Kiwis and the Aussies. Who we got, Carter?
Up on the fence at the front there we got Sam Donnelly, and behind her there Brony Botha, Kira Will, Mackenzie Milne, Ellie Wollaston as well also in there. What did she get at the Olympics? Silver or bronze in Paris?
You're stretching my imagination. I can't remember that.
I know she.
I've got too much going on in my head currently for all the stats. All I know is she's had a big couple of weeks. We did a little interview with Ali there in the infields the other day, and obviously the tour down under and the Cadell race over in Aussie, and then over here for road champs, crit racing the other night, and then into the velodrome. So, and she was telling us she's off to back to Europe, I think, racing next week. So certainly a busy schedule. As they're all lined up there, let's just remove that scoreboard. 40 laps up in the top left. No qualifying for the Omnium this morning. Obviously had a couple of riders not make it. It said it looks like a pretty full field without doing an absolute head count. 24 be the maximum on the track. It's Brendan just checking the riders. It looks like we've had a couple of instances of whoops or the likes on the wrists. I've seen that. Clearly the comms have got some direction to check for that. Good mix of Aussie colours in there. Obviously the Kiwi black and white, and then some club kit in there, Canterbury, TA. As they're off. So neutral lap here to get ourselves organised. Once the column is happy that the bunch is together, that'll be Brendan. He'll start the race. They look pretty good there from my calculations. Here comes the gun. Indeed it is, and we're away. Just looking through my start list here to see who's leading away the rolling bunch. No one too keen to sit on the front for too long. Just a pretty leisurely roll through really at this stage. Everyone swings up, has a look. Once they all get settled in, I'd expect definitely a few more attacks to come as the Enduros try and hurt the legs of the sprinters. They don't want to sprint at the end, and maybe split the bunch a little, make it a bit easier. Always important to get a good position in the initial scratch race for the Omnium. It can make or break you a little bit in terms of making your life a bit tougher for the tempo and the elim in particular. As we roll around, number 62, Bryony Botha, who picked up a world time there in the IP yesterday. What do you reckon, Carter? We're going to be having a very leisurely pace for a few more laps yet?
Yeah, no one will be looking to make a move this early on into the race. Still a long way to go. Maybe in about 10 laps time is when you'll start seeing people trying to stretch the bunch out and starting to really get it down to those riders who are looking to start off the Omnium well on the top step.
So you can always tell that the pace isn't too hot. We're not one by one in an enormous train. There's riders sitting a bit further up the track, happy just to roll through. Trying to pick that rider just lapping off their super aero position there when they're hitting the front. Just a little more pace coming on. Just a squeeze of the pedals. Aussie rider number 71 there, that's Nicole Duncan, just put that pace on. And you can see everyone just squeezing back down into that one by one train a little more. Still not full noise, but everyone's still just looking around.
It's Bryony Botha there.
Yep, Bryony hits the front.
Swings through.
Followed closely by the two Aussie riders. Then TA rider there. There's Amelia there in the TA suit now. Come up from Canterbury. Now living in Cambridge and training in Cambridge.
As here we go, a move starts to form there. Number 69. Ali Wollaston there putting the pressure on. I believe that's Georgia Simpson on her wheel, followed by a sassy rider. So they all swing up there. No one's wanting to pull turns. Ali's going to try again. This time got another Aussie rider and what looks like
Odette Lynch. Odette Lynch is on the second wheel there.
As the peloton want to be looking to let this group away, as it's a pretty dangerous group of four.
So you called that pretty right there. We're down to 25 laps. I think you said 10 more laps before people start to try and stretch the field a little bit.
Ali on the front there, still not giving up. The bunch is just holding them there. They won't want to let them get away. As it looks like the Aussie rider there at the front of the peloton is starting to put a bit of pressure on. I don't think this group of four is going to get away this early on in the race. But definitely watch for some more attacks from these four later on.
So steady pace, bunch just starting to come up on a couple of back markers. So the first two that get caught. There's another two about half a lap ahead of the bunch now. But, probably wheel them in reasonably quickly as those two lap riders look to reattach to the bunch. Looks like Tegan and Hannah back on the bunch there.
Trying to make it back on.
Yep. Had a little bit of recovery, get back in, keep racing. So
you see now the sassy riders had another go, this time accompanied by a fellow Australian off the front. The bunch is all a bit hesitant there, all looking around, but as I say that, it looks like Bryony Botha is going to put a bit of gas on, keep them within range of those two off the front. So that's the TA rider there, pulling her fair weight.
Yep.
So they all come back together with 18 laps, so just under halfway done with the race.
So Nicole Duncan still on the front there, pretty keen to keep it moving a little bit there. Prudence Fowler just keeping in touch with her, just sitting about 20 metres off the main bunch there, high up the track. As I say that, Nicole Duncan says, let's go. Swings down, takes a bit of roll off the track and immediately out to about 20 metres or so. Prudence says, I'll stay with you.
That's Riley McMullen there, breaking off the peloton, trying to chase these two down, followed by Mackenzie Milne, I think that is. Lucy Reeves in there as well, trying to hold on to those two, chasing. So the bunch is still looking around a bit, hesitating. This is when the race can really change, because it just takes a little bit of the bunch to hesitate and look around, and before you know it, the riders off the front are within the same straight as the peloton and they can get a lap. So the peloton will need to react, as it looks like they're putting on a bit more pressure here, but they certainly can't let them get away, otherwise it'd be very hard to make that back up with 13 laps left to go. So it looks like the riders off the front there are all setting up. Don't think they're working too well together. They'll be looking back to see if there's any other people that will chase and bridge across to work with. With 12 laps to go, the race is split up a little bit. The leaders there going into turn 3 on the back straight.
So Riley McMullen and Prudence in that front group from New Zealand, in that New Zealand kit. Number 73, Amelia Sykes, in there as well, as they all get wrapped up back into the main bunch.
Ten laps to go now. Bit of cat and mouse being played here in the peloton. No one's going to be wanting to lead it out. You might see a few people trying to go long and trying to break away in the last few laps. But no one will be looking to start the sprint this early. Two Ks to go now, as the pace doesn't look to be on quite yet, as everyone's just lapping through. So everyone will be looking around to see who's where and what wheels they could sit on for these last few laps. Becomes a very tactical part of the race here, as we see the sassy rider there putting a bit of pressure on the front, pulling through for a teammate who also pulls through. Well, quite a bit of following wheels. Still no one's really keen on putting any pressure on. As we come around to get 4 laps to go, so 1 kilometre to go. All still very cagey there up the top of the track. And as I say that, it looks like Amelia Sykes has launched a flyer. Bunch is pretty hesitant, no one's really looking to go. Some New Zealand riders there down the bottom trying to get through. So they will need to watch and not let her get away, as Amelia Sykes is going to put her head down. 3 laps to go now for her. So it's the Aussie on the front there towing them along. They'll try their best to bring them back in, but they have their work cut out for them. As Amelia comes around to get 2 laps to go now. Australians still pushing it on the front. New Zealanders up there too.
That's a great attack from Amelia, I'd have to say.
Yeah, she's got to dig in though. Still got a lap and a half to go, but the Kiwis are coming around flying. That looks like Ellie Wollaston coming around there. 3 wide. So they're coming to get the bell. And that's Ellie Wollaston there on the front, sending an absolute flyer. Coming right around the bunch. There's the 2 Aussies there fighting it out. Don't think they'll get her though. I think Ellie Wollaston will take this one out. Now it's really a fight for 2nd and 3rd. As Ellie takes out the scratch race, followed by, I think that was the Aussie and Bryony, both of there could have potentially taken out the 3rd spot. So quite a cagey last few laps there. And Amelia Sykes really kicked it off there with a flyer. And the bunch did quite well to hold it out there, and then fast finish.
Good start to the Omnium. Everyone gets settled in.
Up next, I believe it's the elite men's scratch race. Omnium
There you
scratch
go.
race.
There's the start list.
Pretty big field, this one. Full of a lot of very strong riders from both Australia and New Zealand. This race is also 10 kilometres, so 40 laps, same distance as the elite woman. So this will be a definitely good one to watch. So they roll away now from the back straight. So the main objective in an Omnium is it's the best of 4 races. So you start off with the scratch, like what we're seeing here. And tonight we'll have the tempo, then the elimination, and the Omnium finishes with a points race. So to win the Omnium, you need to finish highest overall in all 4 races. And it kind of works like a point system. So whoever has the most points across all 4 races will take out the Omnium title. So it's all about consistency, and you need to be really onto it every single race. So all these boys will be looking to have a really strong start here in the scratch race. As we see up there on the fence, at the front there, Liam Walsh. Behind him, Marshall Irwood from Southland. Samuel Washington up there behind him too. Daniel Morden, Jack Doler, Magnus Jamison, Tom Cornish, the Australian. He'll have a good spur on him. He'll be one to watch for this race. They won't want to let him get down to the sprint because, like we saw yesterday in the scratch race, he'll come flying. Blake Quick, Zach Patterson, Nick Kirkzu, Finn McKenzie, and Lucas Bimmy. Those are all your riders up there on the fence. Now down there on the blue band we have Noah Blennon, Eddie Pawson, Tom Sexton, Jack Gillingham, Joshua Grieve, George Jackson, Oliver Watson-Palmer, Lucas Murphy, Keegan Hornblow, Hunter Dalton, Rowan Hayden-Smith, and Sterling Johnell. So a very big field here, probably pushing the track limit, I believe. So this one, I'm guessing will be full noise from the get-go. They're just waiting there now for Brendan, the commissaire, to make sure everyone's in their right order. As for the scratch race, and for most races, there is a specific starting order, so you can't just line up anywhere on the track for the start. And as the Omnium progresses, the riders closest to the front of the race will start closer to the front of the bunch as they roll off now. As they come around this time, they should get the gun. As these boys will just slowly start to wind it up. Still a long way to go. As Tom Sexton there swings up and leaves Magnus Jamison and the Western Australian there to pull through. Josh Grieve there in second wheel, looking nice and aero. Be looking to have a good Omnium for him. Dan Morden, stage winner of the Tour of Southland not long ago, pulls up for the Australian riders to come through. Zach Patterson as well, also a Tour of Southland stage winner this year. As everyone's just pulling their weight, pulling their turns. Not too much happening this early on in the race. So that looks like Sterling Johnell there on the front. Following him is Marshall Irwood on the brand new Velobike LTS frame. Some real crafty riders here in this race. Quite a few of the New Zealand boys like George Jackson be looking to have a good showing. So he'll be definitely one to watch as well, as he pulls through as I'm speaking about him. Zach Patterson there back onto the front. So the pace is hot at the moment, but everyone's just still lapping through. So it looks like Keegan Hornblow there squeezed a bit of pressure on. He's got Hunter Dalton, I believe. No, Lucas Bimmy, sorry, on his wheel, as well as an Australian and another. Might be Nick Kirgazoo there at the back. It is. So a group of 5 away now. The bunch will have to keep an eye on these boys. 2 New Zealand reps in there, as well as an Australian. So the pace still looks on in the peloton. They won't want to let these boys get away. So they've almost got a straight now on the bunch. All still a bit hesitant when it comes to pulling turns. They'll need to work well together, these boys. There's Hunter Dalton there in there as well. And Rowan Hayden Smith there from the Australian national team. So that's George Jackson bridging across there at some speed with Josh Grieve, Marshall Elwood, and number 19, Blake Quick on his wheel. So the peloton's brought him back in. Still a group of 4 there, slightly off the front, but they'll get reeled in, I'm sure, as the QAS rider bridges across with the Aussie on his wheel. So the pace is pretty honest here early on in the race, just over halfway done already. So these boys are really ripping through it pretty quick. So it's Dan Morden up there with Eddie Pawson on his wheel. Fellow club riders, both from counties Manukau up in Auckland. They'll know how they race very well. So the pace eases up a little bit here in the peloton. Kind of relaxed a bit after that quick few laps they had with that breakaway off the front. In this race, I wouldn't be surprised to see some of these boys having a crack from 10, even 15 laps to go, trying to get a break, trying to catch the peloton by surprise. You might even see a few of these boys who aren't necessarily favourites for this race or the Omnium having a crack, because all it takes is one good race to really move yourself high up the picking order in the Omnium. So it's a good opportunity for some of these riders who might not have as high chances to finish high up in this Omnium to really have a good crack.
As mentioned, there are a number of races that we will not be having that would have been on immediately after this. Wayne Mario will give us an estimated time to start, or a time start.
So it's Dan Morden again there pushing it on the front. He's done quite a bit of work early on in this race. He'll be looking to do well. So the pace looks a bit more on here. You can tell this field is a bit more stretched out. Injecting a bit more pace there on the front. There's Marshall Elwood from Southland. Had quite a successful individual pursuit yesterday, getting pretty close to the top step behind Tom Sexton, who also had a very good IP. And I believe, speaking of Tom Sexton, that is him off the front there as centre solo flyer. None of the New Zealand boys will want to chase him down. See what the Aussies do about it. That looks like, can't tell from here, one of the Aussies on the front drilling the pace. They won't want to let the Kiwi get away. Number 1, Liam Walsh there, really trying to get the peloton to chase down Tom Sexton. Tom's got about a corner gap on the peloton. As he's got 19 laps to go, Tom. He's got a long way to go if he thinks he's going to be able to hold this one out solo, as the peloton is really ripping it now. All the Aussie riders are in there, pulling their weight to try to bring this Kiwi back in. Tom's most certainly one who would be very dangerous if they let him get up the road. Speaking of that, as he swings up, he's realised he won't be able to go solo. As one of the Kiwi boys comes through with Magnus Jamison on that wheel, that looks like Keegan Hornblow really pushing the pace. That's a big counter-attack there by him. Magnus Jamison well positioned there on his wheel as he swings up with Keegan. Doesn't want to pull. It's one of the Aussie boys there, Liam Walsh, is trying to bridge across. The pace is really going quick now with 16 laps to go. So like I said, the pace was going to pick up a bit around this point of the race. I wouldn't say so attacks, but more just trying to drop some of the riders and create a small finishing bunch. So the bunch slowly kind of comes back together now. Pace has eased off a bit with 15 laps to go. Marshall Irwood there pushing the pace in the front, Liam Walsh on his wheel. George Jackson, Tom Sexton, Eddie Pawson, all in there as well. George Jackson now rolls through, putting a bit of pace on there. Liam Walsh is not going to let him get away. No, that's not Liam Walsh, apologies. One of the other Aussie riders there. Going to pull his weight. Dan Morton as well rolls through. Blake quick that was there, pulling in George Jackson. But he's going to hold off. Dan Morton's going to bridge across. Now it's Liam Walsh there on the front, putting the pressure on. Rowan Hayden Smith there as well, pushing the pace. The QAS rider on there now, followed by the WA rider. So George Jackson's gone solo again. He swings up. He'll be looking for someone to come across with him. He won't want to do all this work alone. 11 laps to go now. He might just have to though. Well, as I say that though, it looks like Keegan Hornblow there bridging across. This is a quick group here that could get away. The bunch is sitting up, hesitating a bit. Solo Aussie rider trying to bridge across to these boys now. So off the front there now we have Blake Quick, Keegan Hornblow, George Jackson, and I believe Tom Sexton as well, and Josh Grieve. So that's a good group. Josh Grieve did well to get himself into that bunch off the front there. The bunch has really hesitated. These boys are close to being within the same straight as the peloton. So this could really go the way of these boys off the front here. 8 laps to go, 2 kilometres. The bunch will really have to react there. There's a chase group forming here. Liam Walsh, Marshall Irwood, and the QAS rider number 17. That is Noah Blennon. These boys got a lot of work to do if they want to try catch this front group. 7 laps to go now. The breakaway group is working nicely together. It's a big group, so they all have plenty of rest in between pulls. So they have every chance now to stay off the front and potentially even get the lap before you hear the bell. It's this chase group here, the group of 3. Really have to dig it in. They're about a corner away from that front group, as it looks like we might see the peloton get lapped here by these front runners. They're within the same straight as the peloton now. They're still hesitating. The peloton doesn't look like they're going to make any moves. So this was a good move here from this group of George Jackson, Josh, Liam Walsh. So they take the lap. So they'll be the ones to watch now. There's 3 laps to go. Keegan Hornblow there pushing the power on the front. Blake Quick on his wheel. Tom Sexton and George Jackson in there too. So these boys will be finding it out now. If they got the lap on the peloton, they'll be finding it out for the top 3 spots. They'll be the ones to watch your eyes on. Put your eyes on. So there's Keegan Hornblow there putting the power on the front. 2 laps to go now. As they're going all over the track. Battling for position there as George Jackson squeezes it. 2 laps to go now. 500 more metres. Tom Sexton's really drilling it onto their wheel. Doesn't look like Keegan Hornblow and Blake Quick are going to make it onto the wheel there. So now we're watching George Jackson, Keegan Hornblow, powering it on the front. As Tom Sexton's starting to make a move around George Jackson. So the peloton gets the bell. I think this is going to go the way of Tom Sexton here. Really powered all race. Went solo earlier on, got caught, but he's gone again. And it looks like he's going to take the win here. Followed by George Jackson, Keegan Hornblow, and Tom Cornish there, I believe, picking up 4th place. when taking out the peloton sprint. So good race from these boys, pretty fast. And quite a few attacks, some working, and that one with about 5 boys that got off the front and got the lap really paying off for them. So I'm sure they'll be pleased.
Okay, that was a race and a half. That was the Commissaires have a little bit of work to do to sort out the final placings in that one. There is a 15-minute break now. There are no events because we didn't need third round sprint finals, and the junior 19 men team pursuit first round has gone straight to finals. It means we have nothing in between the race we've just seen and the elite women's Omnium tempo event 64. So they're going to have a 15-minute break back at 12:50 Kiwi time. So that's 15 minutes. So you can shoot off, have a cuppa, grab a bite of lunch. It's about that time of the day, and have a little bit of a breather. In the meantime, we will keep the live stream going, and we won't disconnect you, so just pop back when you're ready.
I would be really excited to see people pick up cycling and take that beyond the school gates, beyond the velodrome, beyond the mountain bike tracks. We structure our cycling program at St. Peter's from pathways to development to HP in 3 disciplines. We have mountain biking, track and road, and we provide opportunities for everybody. We invite people who are just learning to ride a bike to people who are trying to think about the Olympics. Cycling's a really good option for everybody. You can do it indoors, you can do it on a trail, you can do it on a park.
So my cycling journey began way back when I was in year 7. I started out on the road, and I actually had an incredible group of 5 other girls with me. We all had our first event at the North Island Road Secondary Schools Chance, which we fought really hard, but we just hadn't had the same level of exposure as some of the other year 8 teams had. But it really built an incredible culture and environment behind us that then pushed us all into doing track.
So as a junior cyclist, I feel like the older kids in cycling really give you a push along, like they really help you and they want you to be better, which is, yeah, really nice. There is a pretty big junior squad for year 7 and 8.
I think success looks like in cycling when we develop a love of the sport. Cycling's not just a sport, it's a mode of transport, it's a means of freedom. There's going to be a bonus double points sprint somewhere in the middle. You'll know because the bell will be rung extremely aggressively.
For me personally, in the last couple of years, I believe that it's been really important to build a connection with the people that I've been riding with, especially some of the younger ones. I would really like to try and leave behind a legacy of connecting with everyone.
To me, the cycling program excels in opportunities, and I think we're one of the best programs in New Zealand in terms of that. We offer a lot of options, not just on the tracks and mountain bike and road, where they can excel internationally, nationally. We provide one-on-one coaching, we provide lots of different options in terms of nutrition, training advice, skills.
I think the really awesome part about cycling is it doesn't matter whether you're just in for one discipline. All of the different disciplines are very easily adaptable. You can shift between them as often as you want to, and it's not super scary to do that either.
I do track and road and a little bit of mountain biking.
We try and structure our training program to peak at certain times of year and prioritise fitness at other times of year. We have multiple trainings a week and cycling's year round.
Luckily we have Rushley Buchanan. She's a very good cyclist. She's a former Olympic person. She's awesome. The skills I'm learning are cornering, descending and climbing.
Or a chill bell will signify the next lap is a sprint lap. Normal points, okay? 5, 3, 2, 1. Our major cycling values are respect, accountability, ownership and leadership. I think that it's really important to own your own journey. It needs to be purposeful and you need to feel like you belong, and that's what we try and encourage here in the cycling team.
It's super encouraging. Everyone who does it is really lovely, and you almost find lifelong friends that you're going to continue cycling with in school and out of school as well.
I've made lots of friendships. Everyone's just so nice, and you just get those bonds, and in the chain of people on road, you just get to know everyone.
Balancing the need for participation and the drive for high performance is really critical in cycling. Cycling is a major sport in New Zealand. We have a lot of Olympic medals from the cycling team, and so here in Cambridge at the Grassroots Trust Velodrome, we're literally in the home of cycling, so success is visible every day. Go Johnny! I believe cycling encompasses body, mind and spirit perfectly. To ride a bike you have to be focused, you have to be determined, you have to know what's going on in your surroundings, but it's also quite a relaxed sport.
A lot of being out on the road is being involved in some traffic occasionally. We're lucky enough in Cambridge and our locational context to not have too much of that. The ability to communicate, you end up next to someone when you're riding in a train, you have to be able to talk to them, you get to know them, have a good time, and I think it turns it into a social event and helps that time pass by really quickly, which is great.
It's really a sport for holistic development. You have to think while you're riding your bike. It's very social, you'll always meet other people.
Cycling doesn't have to be anything huge, you can go out for a really easy mountain bike around our school ring road or into town. We've got heaps of different cycling pathways really near school, and take it as easy or as hard as you want to, really.
Everybody belongs, everybody's here for their own purpose, but for the purpose of the whole team as well. Having a facility like this, the velodrome, and some great trails and mountain bike tracks here in Cambridge means there's always an opportunity to ride your bike.
Power to keep sport and recreation safe and fair
Is in all of us.
As one team, we can help prevent harm, especially to our tamariki and rangatahi.
Harm can mean abuse, discrimination, or not playing it straight.
So if you see something that's not tika,
or need support raising integrity standards.
The Sport Integrity Commission, Te Kahuro Nui, is here to help.
out here.
In here.
Wherever we play.
There we are, we're back with you here. We got 4 minutes and 45 seconds by my reckoning till we hit that magical 12:50 mark. Everyone's getting a bit of lunch here. Hope you are too. There's a shot outside again, our outside view from the second story of the velodrome there. It's a stairwell looking out across the Bikery Cafe, which is here in the velodrome. Been to a few velodromes around the place. I haven't seen too many cafes in the in there, but in those velodromes, there we go. I'll tidy up that picture there. Looking forward to seeing some World Cup racing coming up in Perth here in a couple of weeks. I personally haven't been over to the Perth velodrome. I wasn't able to get over to the AJTS round there. Have been to Adelaide a few times now. That's always a great place to go to. I'm always impressed by the sign outside the door that says watch out for snakes. I think I took a photo of that for my kids. No such signs like that here. It is still warming up. Those clouds seem to have broken up a little bit, but I think they might be back later. I'll have to have a little look at the weather forecast. I know there's certainly a chance of a few showers, and earlier on when I checked it, I think it might have been tomorrow, there might be a few thunderstorms, but that's very much summer weather. We're looking across to the northeast there. See Cambridge, the township itself, only 2 k's away, give or take. There is now a fancy, very nice cycle pathway that goes between the velodrome and town along the main road. But a new development, a dedicated cycleway and a dedicated footpath. And as well as that, there's the river trail, which runs right along the mighty Waikato. You can indeed ride that river trail pretty much from a bit closer to Taupo all the way through towards Auckland. You can do about 150 k's on that, I think, without touching a road. And there's certainly more mountain bike trails right through to Taupo. I think you can follow the Waikato bike trails. So plenty of that. We're trying to convince you all to come. Really, come and visit. Come train. Good road riding here in Cambridge. And good mountain biking. Rotorua just an hour away. Tamiro just up the hill there. It's about 20 minutes for mountain biking. We didn't quite have enough hands on deck to go down and do a pit interview during this break, but we'll try it again tonight. I think we've got a big crew in tonight. What do you reckon, Carter? He's listening in on this one. He's asking for a start list. I'm guessing the start list is going to be the same as the women's scratch start list, so...
Just won't know where they are on the fence, I guess.
No, we won't know where they are on the fence.
We'll figure that out as we go.
Oh, here we go. Just as we speak. There you go. I'll give those start lists to Carter. I'll flick us over so we can see something useful. There we go. There we go. That's a little better. All the elite women lining up on the back fence there, getting ready to go. As I've said before, the infield pretty much at capacity. Might have squeezed a few more riders in, but it is fantastic to see. Love a good event like this. So far, the people I've spoken to have certainly been enjoying the racing and the event and having a good time. Weather's great, enjoying the trips, the teams, everything in between. As the riders start to come onto the back straight there, they're going to roll round up onto the rail and position themselves, as Carter mentioned, in order of the point standings.
So based off the scratch race there, Ellie Wollaston taking it out, so she'll start at the front, up the fence, followed by down the bottom, second place in the scratch race, Maeve Plouffe. So it kind of alternates. So the leading rider will start up the top at the fence, and second place will start at the front down the bottom, and then third place will start second wheel up on the fence, and so on and so forth. So the riders up there at the front will be the ones to keep an eye on for this race and the 2 to follow this afternoon. As they roll up now onto the fence there, all the holders down the bottom of the track waiting for their riders. So a pretty good start there for Ellie Wollaston. She won that sprint in the scratch race quite comfortably. She'll be looking to repeat it. Tempo is quite a different race, so for those who don't know, it's a 40-lap race, this one, 10 kilometres. So for the first four laps, there will not be any points up for grabs. The commissaires will ring the bell after 4 laps. So with 36 laps to go, you'll hear the bell. And every single lap after that, there will be a single point awarded to the first rider across the start-finish line, every lap until the last. So 36 points up for grabs. And whoever has the most points at the end will take out the tempo race. But remember, as it's an Omnium, if you win the tempo race, doesn't necessarily mean you win everything. You've got to be consistent across all 4 races. But I'm sure these women who finish quite high up in the scratch race will be, once again, quite high up in this tempo. So once again there, Brendan going through, checking the order. I'm sure most of these women have got it pretty sorted out, raced enough and have enough experience, so they know the drill when it comes to lining up for a race. So they get the whistle and they're away for the neutral lap. Maeve Plouffe there on the front with Ellie Wollaston rolling around. Pretty good group of elite women this year. Pretty full. It's good to see. So they'll come around this time to get the gun, hopefully. Only get the gun when the bunch is all together. So in some cases the bunch won't be fully together, so the commissaires won't shoot the gun. And so then the riders have to keep on trying to get together into one big bunch to make it a fair start for all riders. And you see quite a lot, especially on the professional level at World Cups and Olympic Games, that the pace in the neutral lap is quite fast, as people constantly already fighting for position, as especially when bunches are big like this, position is key. It's the New Zealand rider up the top there. Looks like Sam Donnelly potentially rolls to the front. Number 61. Yes, it is Sam Donnelly putting the power on early already. So no points up grabs yet. Should be trying to get a break. Should be hoping to stay away for these next few laps and then pick up some points. So the bunch probably won't be too worried yet, as there's a long way to go in this race, and at the moment Sam will not be picking up any points. So good move for Sam. As Sammy comes through, this time to get the bell. So Sammy Donnelly will take out the first point of this tempo race. The bunch still not looking to chase. I'm sure she's going to pick up more than just one. Comes through, gets the first point. She's going to keep her effort going. As the peloton stools just rolling through. No one's really urgent to chase. If Sammy does get the lap, she will also get awarded 20 points. So the peloton will need to look out for that, as that will very much help Sammy when it comes to the overall standings for the Omnium. She looks like she very well might. She's already within a corner of the peloton, and the peloton aren't remotely ready to start going. I don't know if they've noticed how close she is. So this is a great move here by Sammy Donnelly. She's still picking up points now. She's just picked up another. They'll take her up to, I believe, 3 points. There's Sammy Donnelly there, going to get back on. So 20 points already for Sammy Donnelly, as well as the 3, or 4 she's picked off. So she'll be up 24 points. And now the peloton starts to rip it, as they'll go to the front of the race there. So you see the Aussie rider there, number 71, Nicole Duncan, was the front of the race there now. So she picked up her point, put her into second place for now. As it looks like Ellie Wollaston there really on the front, pushing the power down, Bronny both behind her. These girls will need to get some points if they want to try keep Sammy Donnelly within reach. So the pace is really on now. Sammy Donnelly has dropped off the back of the bunch a little bit, so hopefully she hasn't gone out too hard and hurt herself. Should be looking to finish this one off. as Bryony both of them pushing the pace on the front. So already this pace is quite fast, 28 laps to go now. As Bryony takes a point. Already the bunch is spread out there. So Bryony moves into second place, followed by Sophie Edwards and Ellie and Nicole. Well, the only ones to score so far. And as I say that, one of the Aussies get on the board. So the points being spread quite evenly here. They won't be too bothered to take all the points for themselves this early on, as I believe that is Maeve Plouffe there putting the pressure on. She'll be looking to get some points as she's sitting second in the Omnium currently based off her good result in the scratch race. So pushing the power there, she'll pick up a point, switch with her teammate there. Number 61. No, sorry, 64, Kira Will. So those two off the front, Maeve Plouffe and Kira Will, working well. Aussie teammates, they'll know how to ride together well. So they're just going to share the points around. Common tactic here in the tempo race is to try to get away. You know, quite a few people do that in tempo races. That's their main tactic going into a race. So I'm sure these girls potentially have discussed this tactic before the race, and they'll just sit off and share the points because it will both benefit both of them as they'll work together to stay away and also pick the points. So you can see that Maeve Plouffe is up into second place, which is good for her. So she'll be keeping track on where Ali Wollaston is as well, because Ali is currently the leader of the Omnium and doesn't have too many points on the boards. However, it is still early days, so if I was her, I wouldn't be too stressed, but definitely keeping an eye on how many points Maeve is getting off the front, because she is not looking like she's slowing down. 22 laps to go. So the bunch is still no chase coming here from the peloton, so good news for the two Aussies off the front. Kira Will there picks up a point and swings off. It's a teammate Maeve Plouffe go. They have slowed up a bit off the front there in the breakaway. They'll just be trying to hold off and get as many points as they can. It's the peloton as well. So this pace is nowhere near as quick as what we saw in the previous race, the scratch race, as the peloton has no need to really sprint each lap, as no one from the peloton will be able to pick up any points because Kira Will and Maeve Plouffe are off the front. So the only thing the peloton would do would be to pick up the pace to avoid getting lapped or to chase down the two Aussies. Kyra picks up another point there. Now, as Sammy Donnelly has been lapped after, unfortunately for her, going a bit too hard early on in the race, that moves Kira Will and Maeve Plouffe up into first and second place. So they will be the ones to watch now as Ellie Wollaston launches an attack from the peloton. She'll be looking to chase these girls down now as Bryony both is attempting to try to get on a wheel, but Ellie, looking quite strong there, is really drilling away on the front. So she'll be looking to hunt down Maeve and Kira as she knows that she needs to make a move and bridge across to those girls before she runs out of time to get some points. As Maeve and Kira aren't looking to pick up the pace, they'll probably be quite content with having someone like Ali, a very strong rider, in their breakaway to help them get some more points. It's Bryony as well in there and the other Aussie rider. So 3 chasing, the 2 off the front. Maeve and Kira have been off the front for quite a while. Maeve leading on 6 points, Kira on 5. Sammy Donnelly's still there in 4th, but we'll see how long she stays. Hopefully she recovers well in the bunch and has another crack later on in the race. Still 15 laps to go as Kira picks up another point. So Ellie Wollaston's bridge across now. Looks like she might even roll for this point. She does. No, sorry, that's Bryony Botha. Bryony gets a point on the board. Ellie Wollaston's just off the back of those girls, almost about to get the lap as the Australian rider there launches off the front of the bunch. Rider 71, I believe, Nicole Duncan, and one of the sassy riders there, launching, so they won't want to get lapped. Won't be good for them if they do, so they'll be looking to try get away. There's Proof out. Prue there swings up, followed by Riley McMullen, who used to ride for New Zealand not long ago and has switched over to Aussie, so she's been based in Aussie and riding in Aussie for the past few months. It looks like the girls are going to get the lap. So Maeve Plouffe, Kira Will and the other Australian rider all get a lap on the bunch. Good news for them. Ellie Wollaston gets in there too, as well as Bryony Botha. So all those girls will get plus 20 points, which will put them right up the front of the leaderboard for this tempo race. So I believe Maeve Plouffe will go up to 27 points, Kira Will up to 26. So going to be a close one here with 9 laps to go. Don't be surprised to see some big moves by some of these big names here. Riley McMullen puts up a point now. She's got almost about half a lap on the peloton there. So bump her up the picking order a little bit. Get her some valuable points, which will help with her overall Omnium standings. There we go. Board's updated. So Bryony Botha currently leads on 23 points, followed by, just waiting for the board to update, followed by Ellie Wilson on 22, Maeve Plouffe on 7, Kira Will on 6. So this looks like a battle of Kiwis here on the front, Bryony and Ellie, as Riley's almost around to gain a lap on the peloton as well. So there's been a few people that have lapped the peloton in this race. Pretty good effort by all those riders. And no real response, which is quite interesting from the peloton in any of these attacks. They've all been quite content, haven't been bothered to really chase. Also, a common tactic there in the tempo race is to purposely slow down and let the rider off the front lap you, so then you can go and chase those points off the front again, because if they're off the front, then you can't get any points because they're at the front of the race. So quite often, especially over in Australia, I believe, the riders will slow down and let the chaser catch them, so then they can score some more points there, as it looked like. Maeve Plouffe rolls Bryony Botha there for a point. Ellie Wollaston now on the front, going to come around and get 2 laps to go. 500 more meters to go, as it looks like 64. Kira will roll Ellie Wollaston for that point. The sassy rider now puts in an effort there on the front. She'll be looking to get some points. There is no double points for the last lap in a tempo race. That is only the points race. They come around this time to get the bell. Sassy rider there on the front. Kira Will on her wheel. Lucy Reeve looking like she wants to make a move. It's the TA rider's coming back from fourth wheel. She's coming around pretty quick. She's going to roll right over them there. Mackenzie Milne. She's going to take the last sprint out. Don't know if she will affect the overall order for this tempo, but a good finish from her. So we wait to see the finishing order here for this women's tempo. Good race from these women. Quite a few attacks. So you'll see that race again, but this time with the elite men. Same distance, I believe. Yep, 40 laps, 10 kilometers. So if you didn't understand how that race works, you'll definitely be able to figure it out after this one.
Final results to the judges. There was a number, I think about 4 or 5 riders that picked up 20 points to go on their tally. In the meantime, we've got the elite men tempo. I'm going to do the same. 10 kilometres, 40 laps. Then after the men's elite tempo, we will go on to some power racing, the para men mixed time trial. And the half-hour women mixed time trial, and we do have presentations for those two events at the end of the session. Of course, we have a big session tonight. The track will open again at 4 o'clock for warm-ups. We'll close at 4:50. Racing will start at 5 o'clock.
As you can see there now, the elite men rolling around for their 40-lap tempo race. Tom Sexton, the current leader of the Omnium, there on the front. He had a very strong scratch race just before, trying to go solo earlier in the race. Didn't quite hold off the group, but then came flying around in the end to take out a win. So,
Bit of a traffic jam on the back straight there. He's got riders coming off as riders are trying to get on, but they'll sort that out eventually. If you put something on there, you might be able to see a bit of that. Just a little thank you and a shout out to our sponsors all across the bottom of the screen there. Amber Garden Nursery, Acre Farm, Altius, which is Velo Bike, GJ Gardner Homes. They've been huge this last week or two. They've done road nationals as well as this track championship. Fresh Choice Leamington, down at the infield, they've got a banana bar going on, so free bananas for everyone. The Waipa District Council, Skoda and Subway. All big part of making this a success, and obviously our volunteers. Lots of people in the infield giving their time freely, as at the velodrome, the volunteers doing the streaming. A little bit lighter on the day crew here, but we get a big crew in at night, so we get a few more on the cameras. But hey, we've just said if anyone can help, they come along, and we fit them in, we train them. But as I said, all volunteers, so great to have them helping and making it all happen and coming live to you on the YouTube channel. As Carter's getting ready, I think he's had a little quick Scooby snack there to come back and commentate.
Chocolate bar, yep.
And I'll get back to trying to get some decent pictures.
So now all the boys rolling up there. As I said, Tom Sexton up there at the front of the rail. Second place from the last race, George Jackson down there on the blue band. Marshall Earwood behind him. And Keegan Hornblow. So top four, all New Zealand riders there. Pretty good effort for New Zealand in the first race. Behind him, Rowan Hayden-Smith, there third on the rail, followed by Josh Grieve and Liam Walsh. That is your top five on the fence. Like I said earlier, big field, competitive field. All these boys will be looking to race very hard and very fast for these 40 laps. As they get the whistle and they roll away. Very experienced field, this group. Many of these riders been away to Commonwealth Games, World Cups, for both Australia and New Zealand. As they're not quite all together yet, so as I mentioned earlier, the riders will have to slow up and bunch up before the commissaires shoot the gun to commence the race, just to make sure that it's a fair start and riders aren't starting too far behind the front of the field. As this time they should come around and get the gun. So racing starts, 4 laps until you hear the bell and the points start. So probably won't expect any big attacks in these first few laps, but as soon as the points start, the pace will be on. George Jackson there swings up on the front. Zach Patterson now rolls through with, I believe that is Sterling Jarnell on his wheel. A few of these boys in here had some good results yesterday. Magnus Jamison got 4th place in the scratch race. Probably pretty pleased with that result. Josh Grieve also did quite well in the scratch race just before. So he's starting further up the order, which will hopefully help his overall in this Omnium. As next lap, we'll come around and get the bell to start these points. No one's really having a crack yet. You won't want to cook yourself this early into a 10-kilometre race when the pace will be very hot. So that's Keegan Hornblow there, leading them around to get the bell. Magnus Jamison on his wheel. The WA rider there in third wheel's coming around. Magnus Jamison looks like he wants to have a go, but he looks a bit boxed in. I believe Keegan Hornblow will hold him off, take the first point of this tempo race. As like I said, the pace is already quite on, 35 laps to go. You can tell the bunch is very stretched out there. Keegan Hornblow is going to come around and pick up another point, take him up to 2. Magnus Jamison on his wheel also swings up. So Hunter Dalton there, no, Lucas Bimmy, sorry. Putting on some pace. He'll be keen to get some points early on. Lucas will pick up some points. The WA there, rider there and Dan Morton both stretch in the field. So some of these riders who might not have the legs to hold on right to the bitter end will be going pretty hard to get some points early as Dan Morton almost rolls, for that point, but Jack Doller holds him off. And as I say that, one of the Aussie riders, they're really ripping around the corner. He's gone solo a bit. He's going to pick up a point. Number 19, Blake Quick, who did quite well in the scratch race before. He's really going hard now. He's going to try to pick up some early points. So every point matters in a tempo race. So these boys will know that, and they'll be looking up at the board as they roll through and keeping track on who's got how many points, and yep. So these boys are ripping it around pretty quick now. The QAS rider there on the front, he's going to take a point. Number 17, Noah Blannon, picking up some points. Tom Sexton there now pushing the pace on the front. So a little group here now getting off the front. Tom there leading the way. He's going to pick up a point. It looks like Marshall Irwood on his wheel, Magnus Jamison, as well as Rowan, Hayden Smith there, Noah Blennon, and Liam Walsh. So that is a very strong group. These guys will not want, the peloton will not want to let these guys go away, but they don't look like they're slowing down. So it's a good group there. Enough riders to be able to have some recovery when you're not on the front, but also have a chance to pick up some points. So it looks like George Jackson there in the peloton, starting to build it. He won't want to let these boys get away. And he's bringing across Josh Grieve, as well as the WA rider there, number 20, that is Samuel Washington. These boys attempting to bridge across to this gap. This QAS rider there, Noah Blenheim, picks up another point. Going strong for him, 25 laps to go. Just over halfway done already with this race. These boys are really flying through this one. So Keegan Hornblow leads at the moment, 2 points, tied with Noah Blenheim and Blake Quick. Thomas Sexton picks up a point there. So really these boys, like what the girls did, will just be sharing around the points. They won't be too worried on giving some of these boys some points as long as they work in the break and try to stay away. So pretty good situation for those boys off the front. Not so good for the riders in the peloton. They've got a lot of work to do if they want to avoid getting lapped and bring in this very strong and very capable group off the front. As George Jackson, Josh Grieve, and Sammy Washington still working hard. They're within the same straight of the lead group. George really towing them along, try to get across. So make or break part of the race for these boys probably. They're really keen to get in there, get some points before it gets too late. As Tom's going to roll the ground again. Doesn't look like he's going to get contested for this sprint. Unless Liam Welsh might pop out, which he does. Liam Welsh will take the point this lap round. As they get back on, so Marshall Irwood, Magnus Jamison, the QAS rider there of Noah Blenheim, Tom Sexton, Liam Walsh. All these boys will get 20 points. So the front now goes to George Jackson, but those boys also look like they're about to get the laps. So George Jackson, Josh Grieve, and Samuel Washington will pick up 20 points as well, as Samuel Washington's going to roll around and take the point for this lap. So now the front goes back to Keegan Hornblow there. No, sorry, Tom Sexton with Liam Walsh. They're going to have another go. Here, the bunch is not chasing. This is a big move here from Tom Sexton and Liam Walsh. Already taken a lap, and just like that, they're going for another. So, looks like Hunter Dalton there pushing the pace on the peloton. He won't want to let these boys get away. But got a lot of work for him if he wants to try keep him within reach as we come around 16 laps to go. Tom Sexton takes the point. So, looking at the board here, going so quick I can't even keep up with the board. Tom Sexton leads. About half a lap up on the peloton at the moment, just these two boys. Pretty good situation for them, just sharing the points between the two of them. They'll both end up with more points than what they would have if they had brung more riders across. It's 14 laps to go now. Tom Sexton leads on 25. Noah Blennon on 23, Liam Walsh on 22. So Tom's got a bit of a comfortable lead here. He's off the front with Liam, who hopefully shouldn't be too much of a threat for him. Tom's got this under control. So good race from the Omnium leader here. He's racing very strongly, raced very well yesterday as well, getting within 0.1 of the New Zealand individual pursuit record held by Aaron Gate, which I believe is a 407, if I'm correct, 407 IP. So he got very, very close to that national record that's been held for a while by Aaron Gate. And his individual pursuiting is showing off here today as he's already about to come around for his second lap on the field. So these two boys will get another 20 points, which will take them into first and second place by quite the margin. As it looks like Keegan Hornblow or Nick Kirgzu. Nick Kirgzu it might be. Nick Kirgzu now putting the pressure on Josh Grieve, putting the hammer down, trying to get on his wheel. He'll be looking to potentially take another lap, which will be very good for Josh, just fresh out in the under-19s. First year under 23, and he's having a great campaign here at Oceania so far. But the peloton doesn't look like they want to let them away. It's the Australian rider there is going to roll that, but is Tom Cornish. He's going to pick up his first point. George Jackson really putting the pressure down, Marshall Irwood on his wheel. So Southlander trio there off the front. Two New Zealand reps, and Magnus Jamison, who was also a New Zealand rep at Junior Worlds in Cali, Colombia and China just a few years ago. So very strong field off the front there. Peloton is ticking along quite nicely. 5 laps to go. They got their work cut out for them if they want to bring these guys back in. 1 kilometre to go now for the front riders. George Jackson. Sorry there. George Jackson takes that point. He's going to swing up and let his teammate Marshall Irwood take a point. Don't think these boys will be too much of a worry to Tom Sexton and Liam Walsh in the overall standings, but you never say never in a Omnium race. As Marshall picks up that point, swings up, lets his teammate George Jackson go back onto the front. So these boys got a nice lead. They're the main focus for these last few laps. 2 laps to go, 500 metres. There's Tom Sexton there at the front of the peloton. Won't be too worried to chase. He's got this one wrapped up, I believe. He's got 3-point advantage over Liam Walsh, who is not off the front. So he won't have a worry here as Marshall Irwood takes us into the final lap on the front. Magnus looking to compete but won't quite get there. Tom Cornish coming flying around. Don't think he's going to get Marshall Irwood. Marshall will take out the final point for this men's elite tempo race. So we'll wait to see the results. Commissaires might take a while. Quite a few riders getting points, so need to finalise results. But provisional, I believe Tom Sexton will take that one out, followed by Liam Walsh. And didn't keep track of who got third place there, but Oh, good race from all these boys. Pretty quick, like I said. So be good 2 races elimination up next for these boys in the evening, as well as the women. And all finishes off with a points race, which is always exciting, especially when it is very close racing in Omnium. So definitely make sure you tune in for that one.
I have some start sheets here for the next event, which is the Para Men Mixed Time Trial Event 66. Single riders, but there are 13 riders, so be 13 time trials over 1,000 metres, so 4 laps. And then into the Para Woman Mixed Time Trial, also over 1,000 metres, of which there are 7 competitors. So we'll just be running on the front straight, I think, for this one. I hand Carter the start list while I look to get things sorted out for some good viewing.
They will also do 1,000 metres, 4 laps, and then after that we will have the presentations for the 2 para events.
Next up here now we have the Para Men Mixed Time Trial, Event 66. So a 1 kilometre race, 4 laps, as quick as you can. So these are always pretty, they don't look too hard. You wouldn't think that 1 kilometre is very long, but trust me, they are very painful, and you are digging very deep, especially in those last 500 metres. So be good to watch these boys and see what times they can do. As first here, it looks like we have Josh Frere getting in the gate there. Be looking to go well, as it's just one rider on the track at once, so he's got no one else over the other side of the track, and it is just him versus the clock.
When he's not doing internationally for the UCI at track, road and para.
As he gets underway there, strong start out of the gate. So the comms shoot the whistle.
So just looking at it, I think the timing strip didn't work there because I had no timing to show you at the live stream. We just had the clock, so we didn't flick it over. I'd suggest that might have been the problem. We'll confirm that, but that's never going to help when you've just done a big effort out of the gate. Adrenaline will be happening, and you're going to have to come back and do it all again. There we go. The clock's up. There we go. We flipped it over there. So Josh
will have another go there.
Yep. Definitely need the timing strips running.
Thanks to all those tuning in from all over the place. A few people from Aussie, a few people from Sydney I know. Ruben Shepherd I know is currently on the live stream, so hi Ruben. Hopefully the live stream's all good for you guys over there. As he's just putting the gate back in. So no stress, he'll just go again. Can be quite common in events, but most certainly need the timing strips. Definitely more accurate than held times and stopwatch clocks, so he'll have another go. Just getting ready to hop on the bike. There's 13 heats, so 13 riders competing in this event, event 66. So a big field, which is good to see in the para men. It's always good to see para riders out here riding. So here we go, here's another go. Once again, a solid start out of the gate. Be looking to go max power right the way through. So there's no holding back and there's no pacing really in a 1K time trial. You're trying your best to go as hard as you can. For usually takes about, don't know, over a minute. Anything under 1 minute is a very fast time. So really ripping along. First lap already done, 26.2 start lap. That's pretty solid. As he comes around now, 500 meters down, 500 more to go. This is when the lactate starts to enter the legs and it becomes a hold on for dear life type of ride. So you can really see him there pushing the power down. As he comes around to get the bell, giving it everything. Coming around now into the final straight. Give it everything he's got. 1 minute 23.486. It's a good time there by Josh. Next rider up, Thomas Zabo, also from the same club, Morrinsville Wheelers. So 2 local boys who train here quite often. Know the track quite well. Thomas there with a rear disc on the back. So that will help him once he gets up to speed. More aerodynamic than regular spoke wheels that you see on most riders, mostly junior riders, as there is a lot of restrictions on the gear and gear ratios that they can run just to keep the younger categories fair and equal levels. So then people just don't ride away because they have better equipment or stuff like that. So quite common to see discs like that in the elite racing, like the event here, but in junior racing those wheels are almost never seen. As Thomas is out of the gate, that looks like a good start from him there. Really drilling it, looks like he's on a big gear. He's really ripping it up, 1.2 seconds up already on Josh. It's going to be a quick start lap from Thomas. He comes through, 24.1, 2 seconds up already. Really flying there. That disc will be helping him out now. Coming around 500 meters down, 500 more to go.
Here he comes. Mark Island will give him the bell. He'd love to try and break 120, I am sure, and he'll be close to it. Come on, Thomas. Comes around. The clock will stop at a 1, and he has 1:17, 1:23. Last year at our school cycling day, we used to do it every Wednesday. Thomas would turn up every single Wednesday and he'd ride with everybody else and they welcomed him. And I'll never remember, we did our first 1,000 metre time trial and I think from memory it was about a 1:32 and he was over the moon, and today at the Oceania Championships he's done a 1:17. We now move on to Gordon Allen, Australian national team. Yeah, it was the beginning of last year when we did his first one at school. Yeah, at school. He did 132. Thought it was marvellous. And he slowly got better and better. But I'll never forget. It was a bit like the other one was Devon. Devon started with me when he was 10. He couldn't walk. Gordon Allen out of the blocks on that nice looking Archon bike in the Australian skin suit. I expect we will see a fast time by Gordon. I'm sorry, I don't have any details in terms of what their best times are, but he goes through in 22.142, just a little ahead of what Thomas Jabo was. It is 4 laps though. He's riding the double disc. Gets those flywheels up and going. The double disc obviously aerodynamic, but also they act as a flywheel. They're that much heavier. When you can get them up to speed, it does help. You'll come round and get the bell. 1 lap to go for Gordon Allen. Head down, pushing those pedals hard. He'll be around the 1:14 maybe, 1:13 time I think. Oh, 1:11.555. The next rider on the track, also from the Australian national team, Corey Boddington. So you're going to see something special. Corey Boddington, ratified world record of 104, however, has also done a 102 and awaits ratification. You're going to see something special from Corey. He goes through in a 19.9, that is quick. As I said, Not sure of the point, but 102 was the unratified world record at the moment that he set. He comes through 33.691. When we get this bell, we'll give him plenty of encouragement, folks. You're seeing someone super duper quick, current world champion in this discipline. It'll be interesting to see what Corey finishes in. He comes across the line now in a 102.397. Phenomenal ride, Corey. Well done. We're just checking. It's under his unratified world record, and it is under the world record. Congratulations, Corey. Move on now to the next rider. It's Devon Briggs. Devon Briggs, a local lad. World Para champion last year. Not in this discipline though. Hence why he's not wearing a World Champions jersey in this. You would have seen him earlier though in his jersey. Part of the Para High Performance program now. Devon's represented New Zealand at the Paralympics in Paris last year. Also the World Championships. Way he goes. It was World Championships last year, of course, and the Olympics the year before, but there he goes. It'll be interesting to see how Devon goes. Not a speciality, however, he does ride a good, solid 1 kilometre individual time trial. He comes through just slightly behind what Corey was. Devon pretty consistent around the 1:4, 1:5s for the kilometre. Has done faster than that. He's in a phase where he's building up at the moment though. He's been in a real build stage. He's probably on a 1:05, close to 1:06. Devon will come round and stop the clock. 1:06.927. Now move on from Counties Manukau, Quinn Stowe. So Quinn out of the blocks, representing Counties Manukau, still out of the seat, getting it going. Quinn's got it up to speed now. A matter of holding on to it for another 2.5 laps. So Lindsay File from the Te Awamutu Sports Cycling Club lining up. Off go Lindsay. A good road rider also is Lindsay. Lindsay has ridden many laps of this grassroots velodrome. He's also very capable in bunch races. Comes through. It's 3 to go. And after Lindsay, we'll have Michael Shipley from the Australian national team. Lindsay gets the bell. He'll come round and he'll stop the clock on 1:22, 1:61. Now move on to Michael Shipley from the Australia national team. And after this, we have the woman. They're doing the time trial also. There's 7 of them. And then after that, we will have the medal presentation for the para women and for the para men. Away he goes. Michael Shipley, good start. See, right over his front wheel, getting the most power out of those legs on those pedals. And Michael comes around, good time for the first lap. Settled now into his work. He'll come round and get 2 to go. Michael Shipley, the Australian national team. Mark Island will give him the bell next time he comes round. He gets the bell now. He's on a good time. There's Michael. A very good time, in fact. It's going to be interesting to see what it is, but it'll be a fast time for Michael, 1:05.776. Excellent times at the moment by these riders, a 1:02, a 1:05, a 1:06. World class. Pretty obvious when we see Corey Boddington break the world record and doing a standing kilometre in 1:02.397. Created a little bit of work for Peter Tomlinson, the president of the Commissaires panel for Para. A lot of protocols that have to be followed when a world record's broken and submitted. The material submitted for it to be ratified, including drug-free sport, timing strips, tapes, manual timing, infrastructure. But I know Peter, he'll relish having to do that sort of thing. We now have Maxwell, also Australian Capital Territory. Away he goes. Maxwell Sudholst, Australian Capital Territory, on his way. So we have, I think, about, within these 13 riders, there are about 5 categories. So we do have a medal presentation for all categories, and that'll happen after the women's time trial. Goes through, he's on a fast time as Maxwell. He's only a second and a half down on what Corey was at the same stage. Come round this time and get the bell. He gets the bell. It's hard now, this last lap and a half. Really difficult in the 1 kilometre time trial. Come round, stop the clock. And a 1:06.409. We now move on to Ewan Edwards from Canterbury Track Cycling. Ewan lining up, just getting himself set, getting his left arm onto the, strapping it onto the handlebar. He's given the starter's assistant the all clear. Away he goes. Ewan Edwards, Canterbury track cycling. So Ewan getting it going. Didn't get the best of starts. He's away now though. He's getting that machine up and running. Come round and get 2 to go. Ewan. Ewan comes around. He'll stop the clock. It'll be a good time. All the way to the line, a 108.094. We move on to the tandems. The first one, Bo Wooden. So Bo is on the back. And who was Byron Davies? He's on the front. He was a top sprinter in his day. He has to go through a process of being accredited to pilot the tandem. It'll be interesting to see the time that they do. We saw the individual time of Corey Boddington of a 102.397. The world record for the tandem time trial, I think, is about 58 seconds. And I'm expecting we'll see, maybe, don't know whether we'll see the minute broken, but it'll be close to it with these tandems. The 15 seconds have started. Away they go. Good start. On the front there, Byron Davies. On the back, Bo Wooden, He has a visual impairment. On the seat, they go after half a lap. They settle into their work. They've got that tandem just about up to full speed. It was a quick first lap. Probably doing 55, nearly 60k an hour at the moment on the banking. See why they have to go up. They come round. They'll get 2 to go. They're moving up the track and making the most of the banking by trying to get a bit of runoff. They get the bell. They're close to a 102. They have to hold on to it though. Hold on for this last half a lap. The 102, of course, was by the individual rider. They come round now, and they'll stop the clock at a 102, 116. We now have the Whangarei Marsden Wheelers tandem. Kyron Andrews will be on the back. His pilot will be Nathan Bunn from Te Awamutu Cycling. Nathan Bunn, a top road rider, nationally ranked elite road rider. Also rides the track, a real solid citizen in terms of racing on the track or the road. This is a fairly new combination. The young lad from Whangarei, he'll get on the back. Nathan will help him. So young Kyron, normally his pilot is Dan Gardner. Now Dan you would have seen here, coaching and riding. The problem is Dan has a British passport. He needs to be a Kiwi, hence why we have Nathan Bunn. Away they go. No disrespect, Dan, but we'd love to have you as a Kiwi national. These two, this is pretty new to them, new to Bunny anyhow. They stay in the seat. They'll come round and get 3 to go. And then after that, Australian national team, Kane Paris and Zane Zachariah. So they've got their tandem up to speed now. They're getting it up to speed. As I mentioned, Dan's normally the pilot. But you need to be the same nationality. These Oceania champs, and obviously be from Oceania. We all think that Dan's a Kiwi though. Last lap. Come round, I'll stop that clock. 1:15 maybe, not sure. See what it is. A bit more than that, around the 120, or 119, 176. Move on to the last, or the last of the men's tandem, Kane Paris, Australia national team, and Zane Zachariah. Zane was a top junior sprinter. He moved into the elite ranks, rode for a little while, rode extremely well. He was sort of in that top 8 to 10 sprinters back in the day. However, he's now turned his attention to the tandem. So on the back will be Kane Paris. And you can see Zane. He's going to hop on the front. He'll help Kane get settled on the bike. Dean Pettigan making sure the bike's set in the gate correctly. A lot going on. These bikes in the gate are all carbon fibre wheels, tyres pumped up to 200 pounds per square inch. Solid, fast, muscly riders. So when they take off out of the blocks, there is a lot of tension on all of the parts of the bike. They've all been inspected by Zach Prendergast, the technical commissaire here, at these GJ Gardner Championships. You can see the concentration from these two men. Flags up. Out of the blocks, out of the seat. How far are they going to go out of the seat? We saw the world champions go for half a lap, and then they both sat down in unison. They're keeping it going. They're down now, and they're into their work. They'll keep the pace on. A good time for the first lap. Just slightly down. It is over the 4 laps, of course. See them come through, and what is the time difference? Oh, they're actually the fastest so far. They've got to hold on to it, though. 500 metres to go. They are holding on to it. Be interesting to see come this last lap if they've still held that advantage. They've gone down just slightly. This is where it'll be hurting. Plenty of encouragement, folks, as they come round in corner 3 and 4. To the finish, they come down to the line. Going to be a good time, 1:02.750. We now move on to the ladies. And just a reminder, please, after the ladies, we do have the medal presentations for these para events. That'll be the end of that session, session 5 of these GJ Gardner 2026 Oceania Track Champs. The track will open again at 4 this afternoon for warm-ups, and racing will start on the dot at 5 o'clock. And we have a really cool program. We have the Omnium, of course, 2 more events here. We have the sprint finals. Very full program this evening. Aaron out of the blocks. Aaron Normoyle from the Australian national team. Out of the saddle still. Half a lap. Still out of the saddle. Settles down now. Gets into her work. Good first lap, 22 seconds. Good first lap for a standing start. Second rider in the women's will be Siobhan Terry from New Zealand HP. She gets 2 to go. Mark Island rings the bell for Erin. Last lap. She'll be setting the standard with this time. Half a lap to go. Give us some encouragement, folks. Here comes Erin down to the finish line. These are hard. Stop the clock at 1:14.346. We now move on to Siobhan Terry, New Zealand HP. Siobhan Terry. She came back from the World Championships last year in Rio with a medal, her first. Away goes Siobhan, winding it up. Still out of the saddle, Siobhan. Settles down now. Gets into her work. Comes around after one lap. 3 to go. Hi, Georgia. So Nicole Murray also medalled in Rio last year at the Para World Championships. Great rider also on the road, Nicole. She'll settle in. She'll get her arm settled there. She's got a special adapter on those handlebars. Nicole goes around, 2 to go. Time to beat at 1:14. There goes Nicole, gets the bell. Be interested to see what Nicole finishes here. It'll be close to the 1:14, but not quite. Here it is. Puts her in second spot. We now move on to the tandems, and we have Tegan Ureta from Western Australia and her pilot, Lorraine, she was a top endurance rider. Lauren, she's the rider that'll be on the front, and Tegan Redder. They'll be followed by the Morrinsville Wheelers 2, Unity Collins and Amy Furman. In the two more tandems after that, Jessica Gallagher and Jackie Mingler-Moore. And then lastly, Emma Foy and Jessie Hodges. Of course, at this year's Commonwealth Games, cycling-wise, it'll be track cycling, or track cycling. There'll be no mountain biking, there'll be no road racing, no time trials on the road. And in the track cycling, the program, there is the para cycling also, which will be fantastic. A lot of these riders, they'll be vying for spots to represent their country in Glasgow at the Commonwealth Games. The track in Glasgow is virtually the same as this one. It's just a lot colder, and it seemed to rain every day that I was there. The girls, Lauren and Tegan. Tegan, of course, on the back and Lauren on the front. As I mentioned, the stoker, which is Lauren, the pilot, sorry. He's a top Aussie enduro rider, partially impaired vision. Tegan on the back. The girls are going really well, slightly ahead. Just a reminder that we will have the presentation of the para events after these ladies. They go in a 1:13.296. Excellent time. We now move on to Unity Collins. Unity, she's partially impaired vision. She's on the front. And Amy Furman, also from Morrinsville Wheelers. Amy Furman and Unity have been together for a couple of years now. I see them out riding on the road on their tandem. We see them here at every track carnival. And Unity just has one of the most magnificent smiles. Amy will lead Unity out. We have two tandems after this. As I mentioned earlier, these tandem bikes, there's regulations just like you've seen in the pursuits and the scratch races. We're fortunate to have Zach Prendergast, the super technical. He's an international commissaire for track and road, but also a super technical commissaire for the UCI. We're lucky to have him here at these championships. He's not afraid to pass on his knowledge to the team mechanics and the team managers, just to make them feel a little more comfortable, take away a bit of stress. 15 seconds. Amy gets them away. Unity, yep. Unity, she's on the seat. Amy's out of the seat. Here they go. They're slowly winding it up. They'll try and get it up to speed. They're slowly getting it up to speed. They're not quite there yet. They'll slowly accelerate. You can see Unity gritting her teeth. I can see her from the inside of the track here. About the only time you don't see her smile is when she's got her teeth grit and she's going around that track as hard as she possibly can on the back of that tandem. They go around and get 2 to go. Give them some encouragement, folks. They'll come round and they'll get the bell next time from Mark Island. It's hard, not easy. They get the bell. Here they go, 1 to go. They'll know what it is that they want to do today. So Amy, it's her on the front. Young Unity, visually impaired on the back. They come around and they're going to stop the clock. 1:23.872. We now move on to the Australian team. Australian national team, Jessica Gallagher. She'll be on the back, visually impaired. And the pilot will be Jackie Minglemore. Jackie in Australia has been, over the years, a Masters champion. As mentioned, normally there's that 15-second countdown. You'll see it in the individual pursuit for the men and the women. And then they had that 50-second to get going. However, in the para, the starter assistant just waits when they're set. Good. 15-second countdown. Where they go. Ladies are off. Jessica Gallagher, that's her on the back. Jackie Mingler. Jackie, as I mentioned, was a Masters champion over in Australia. In the local races over there. Very experienced. She's on the front. Jessica on the back. Good start. A very good start, in fact. Only 1 second off the pace of the fastest time so far. They look like they're settled into their work. Nice and smooth. They use a little bit of the track. When they come round out of corner 4, they'll probably do the same in the back straight. Not this time. Try and use that banking to give them a little bit of help. They come round. They get the bell. Probably on a 1:15, 1:16 time. Be interesting to see when they come round now and stop the clock. 1:07. I was well out, wasn't I? 1:07.961, excellent time. Very quick time for these ladies. Now move on to the final tandem and the final event of the 5th session of these GJ Gardner Oceania Track Cycling Championships. And on the front will be Emma Foy, and on the back will be, on the back will be Emma Foy, and on the front will be Jessie Hodges. Great to see Emma Foy back on the boards. Huge record that Emma has, her and Jessie. You would have seen that time posted by the Australian girls. Again, the starter will ask them the question. You tell me when you are ready. And they nod their head, and the 15-second countdown starts. Now these girls will get out nice and smoothly. Just to give you an idea, that ride that we had from Jessica Gallagher and Jackie Mingler previously in the 107, the world record is 104. That's held by the girls from Great Britain. So a very good time by the ladies. They come round, they hit the tape, slightly down on the Australian pair. Getting into their work now. They'll come round and get 2 to go. Still slightly down, but not a lot. This is the really hard, hurtful part of the race. You've done those 2.5 laps. They'll come around and they'll get the bell. 1 lap to go. Just down on that fastest time of 1:07, but not by much, by 0.3 of a second. Are they going to bring it home? They're certainly going to do an excellent time. They come round and they stop the clock in 1:08.169. That's the last of the competition. However, we haven't finished the session. We do have the medal presentations. They are for the power events.
Okay, that is the last event for the morning session. We'll be sticking around here for the presentation. There we go. It's still a nice day outside. I had a sneaky look at the forecast here for tomorrow, and I think tomorrow and Saturday a bit of rain going to push through. It's been a bit like that this summer rather. As we get ready for the para medal presentations. Hi everyone, back here on the mobile camera with the live stream. We are just going to show you a couple of things. While we wait for the final presentations, here's the live stream desk. So this is our view from out over the racetrack and indeed the infield there. So you generally have a couple of commentators sitting up here. There's all the switcher that we use for the various cameras we've got. I've got one turned off at the moment, so that's the black screen of death there, but 4 cameras that we choose from, one next to the main desk. And then the laptop, which is somewhat old but still manages to hang in there, and then some audio equipment. We're going to head down this way and just show you around the velodrome a little bit while we wait. It's a great facility here in Cambridge. We've got all the meeting rooms up here and the offices of the velodrome itself. And in terms of facilities that I've been to anyways, it's certainly up there with some of the best. It's nice and warm and comfortable, some great seating areas for the public to come and see. As we roll through here, you'll see where all the analysts and sports analysts for the various national teams, Australia. I'm not sure if the Kiwis have been up here. They might be sneaking around on the other side over there. And then, of course, we've had one camera here to pick up the midline shot on the live stream for you. You can see all the athletes a little bit emptier down there now. Obviously, they've all gone home as a general rule. They've got racing tonight, so it's going to be super busy. We'll sneak along here. So more meeting rooms up on the left there. Got High Performance Sport New Zealand, Cycling New Zealand offices in there as well. So look like some of the spectators. Here we go. Here looks like a couple of Aussies standing over here. We'll say a quick hello. Yeah, you're on the live stream. So you're racing, clearly racing? Yeah. What's your name?
Maddie.
Maddie?
Yeah.
Maddie, what's your last name, Maddie?
Hit.
How's the racing gone?
It's okay.
That's okay. You didn't think you were going to get caught up here, did you?
No.
Some of your friends got caught, have they?
No, I had no idea.
Not yet, not yet. Okay, so you're racing tonight?
I am. I have a kilo final.
Cool. How'd it go this morning? Obviously, you're in the kilo.
It was okay. I think I have some improvements to make, so...
Hey, the ultimate athlete always has a few improvements they're trying to chase, right? Yes. So what do you think of the velodrome? We're just doing a tour around the velodrome pretty much.
It's very nice.
So where's home base for you?
Perth in WA.
Okay.
So it's a lot nicer than that track.
I haven't been to Perth yet, but with a bit of luck, I might get there soon.
It's very similar, actually. Like the bends are very similar, so...
So, yeah, the race track layout, we don't really talk about it too much in terms of straight length, tight corners, better roll with the track, that kind of thing. So,
I feel like this track's kind of a mix of the Brisbane track and the Perth track, so
you're starting to work it out?
Yes, hopefully.
Good.
Yes.
And Cambridge is treating you well?
Yes, it's very nice here. I love it.
So this is...
Mum.
So your mum, your major sponsor, right?
Yes.
Yeah, cool. Anyone else come over with you?
My grandma and my sister, but they're off shopping today, so...
Shopping in Cambridge or somewhere else?
They went to Auckland, yeah.
Okay, that's a little... Probably they might get a little bit stuck in traffic if they time it coming out at the wrong time. Yeah. We all left Auckland, to come down here. It's a bit quieter.
Yeah, it's nice here.
All right. Well, hey, you have some great racing tonight and for the rest of the event.
Thank you.
And if you see me coming, come say hello. All right. We'll keep on trucking. Thank you. Right, as we roll around a little bit further, we're going to head up here and we'll be able to see the bike collection up here. So that's a display put on by private collection, I believe, but it's always good to have a look. Down here in the velodrome, you can see a little bit of what we've got going on. They have quite a good-sized gym, which is open to the public. And here, so we get a lot of rowers, a lot of other sport high-performance athletes that come into here to use the gym. And then quite often in the infield during the week, we have trikes, community trikes, a bunch of other different activities that happen. The boxing, you might have probably picked that up on the live stream. So I saw DH the other day. So he was Dale Hollows. He's a mechanic for CNZ for many years. I told him he probably rode most of these bikes. There's a fair collection. And I'm sure a lot of the velodromes around the world have all sorts of fantastic memorabilia. But this is some that's come in specifically for the Oceania track champs. I'm sure someone out there knows a whole lot more about it than me. And pretty much at the top of turn 4, sounds like they're still trying to wrangle everyone to get over to the podium. If we take a look down the top of the track here, we'll for those who aren't familiar with the track here in Cambridge, 44.5 degrees around the corners here. Not entirely sure that the width, but pretty standard UCI track for us. Sometimes if you're standing here for the first time, you wonder how they stay on the track. Speed and pressure is the key to that. You can see a few athletes down on the trainers down there. As we'll make our way back to the desk, and we'll get ready for the rest of the presentations. Looks like the athletes are starting to make their way over to the podium. Commissaires obviously finalised the last of the results. See Johnny Mack with his sheets of paper. That's always a good start. Couple of spectators here. How's the spectating going, spectators?
Pretty good, mate.
Pretty good? Yeah. Where are you guys from?
Auckland.
Auckland. You come down just for this?
Yeah. Yep. Sun's racing.
Who's that?
Josh Freer.
There you go. How's he gone?
He did pretty well. He did a PB, but he had to start twice. So
yeah, I saw that.
It took the wind out of him.
I think that was the timing strip that didn't quite cooperate.
It's a pretty hard start for him.
Yeah, that's a hard start.
Yeah.
But he did real good.
Did
So
really well.
what's he got else on for the week?
He's got the IP on Saturday.
Yeah, cool.
So
and
enjoys that.
He probably loves big event. Don't get to too many big events like any of our riders. So
yeah. No, he's having a blast. It's
good.
Great.
And he's staying down here or just come down for the...
we just come down for the day. We'll head back to Auckland and we'll be back on Saturday.
Cool. Oh, well, enjoy the show. And hopefully you got some family watching the live stream at home.
Yeah, we'll see.
Somewhere. All right.
Cheers,
okay, see ya. I can see Brendan Cameron down there. He's the lead coach for the New Zealand Para team. As it looks like we're starting to get a few more people around the podium. So we'll flick you over to something more useful. There we go. As we wait for the final presentations and what will be the closeout for this session 1 on day 3, the Oceania Track Championships.
And the medals are going to be presented by the PCP. It's the President of the Commissaires Panel from Australia, Peter Tomlinson. And in the C2 in third place, Josh Freer from Morrinsville Wheelers. And in second place, also from Morrinsville Wheelers, Thomas Jabo. And the gold medal, and in first place in the C2, Gordon Allen from the Australian national team. Gordon putting on the Oceania Champions jersey. Congratulations, Gordon. And we just got, Peter's got a flag here, Australian flag. Well done, thank you. Move on now to the C3, and in second place from New Zealand High Performance, Devon Briggs. And in first place in the C3 from the Australian national team, Corey Boddington. Corey also broke the world record. That's to be ratified. And just as he's coming up, every time you come down here to the velodrome, there's always something special, whether it's with the youth. And that was a special ride that we saw today with his world record. So Devon Briggs in second, Corey Boddington in first place, being presented by the President of the Commissaires panel, Peter Tomlinson. You saw something special, folks. He wants to put that jersey on. He's got the world champions. Yep. We move on now to in the time trial to the C4, and in third place in the C4 from Te Awamutu Cycling, Lindsay File. And in second place from Counties Manukau, Quinn Stowe. And the winner and gold medalist and Oceania champion for 2026 from Australia national team, Michael Shipley. And again, the Australian UCI International Commissaire, Peter Tomlinson, presenting the medals. Congratulations. Just two, yeah. You and thank you, men. We now move on to the C5, the individual time trial, and in second place, representing Canterbury Track, Ian Edwards. And in first place in the Oceania champion for 2026 from Australia Capital Territory, Maxwell Subholz. Congratulations, Maxwell. We now move on to the vision impaired, the blind time trial on the tandems. And in third place, the pilot Nathan Bunn and the rider Kyron Andrews in third place from Whangarei Marsden Wheelers. And in second place, Kane Peris and the pilot Zane Zachariah from the Australian national team. And the 2026 Oceania champions from the Australian national team, Bo Wooten and the pilot Byron Davies. Thank you, men. We now move on to the women C1 to C5 and the impaired vision time trial. Again, Peter Tomlinson, UCI, PCP, President of Commissaires panel for these Para Championships. And in the C4, and in second place in the silver medal, Siobhan Terry from the New Zealand High Performance. And the 2026 Oceania champion and gold medalist from Australian national team, Erin Normoyle. So your champion, Erin, young Siobhan. And the flag. We move on to the next presentation, and it's for the C5. And the 2026 Oceania champion from New Zealand HP, Nicole Murray. Congratulations, Nicole. Pete's got the flag here. He wouldn't mind having a New Zealand citizenship, I'm sure. We now move on to the women impaired vision time trial, the tandems, and in third place from Western Australia, Tegan Reeder with the pilot Lauren Perry. And the silver medal, New Zealand HP, Emma Foy, and the pilot Jessie Hodges. And the Oceania champions for 2026 and gold medalists from Australia national team, Jessica Gallagher and the pilot Jackie Mengler-Ma. It's a good photo. Congratulations, ladies. Oh, Jess, didn't want to hold that. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate those of you that have stayed behind. We all appreciate that. Just a reminder, the track opens in an hour and 7 minutes for warm-up.
Okay, that's wrapping up the session. As John is pointing out there, the next session kicks off at 5, so 2 hours' time. We'll start the live stream again then. For anyone who is listening out, and maybe in Cambridge heading to Auckland on Sunday morning, there's a motorway closure, so you might want to look into that if you're going to the airport to catch a plane to head home. So if you have family over here and you're in Australia and they're on a morning flight out of Auckland on Sunday, the motorway has both lanes closed. They're doing a bridge replacement or something along those lines. We'll try and spread the word on that. Other than that, we will see you all in a couple of hours' time. Give you a quick look at what it's like outside. And see you in a couple of hours.